Well, quite literally a very warm welcome from the Hill City. A new event, a new meet on the schedule. We are so glad you are joining us, and it's going to be a fun one. Maybe some fast results along the way, and despite having a very small sample size, a lot of one-section events, you're still going to see some speedy stuff. You already see one of the Lynchburg Hornets on the screen, Brian Flowers. We'll have a story about this momentarily. We're going to let this race get underway. Originally in the 400 hurdles, there was just one athlete entered, and to make it a legal meet, you got to have X number of events, but it does look like Brian Flowers has some company, so this one could be interesting as we get started, the opening gunfire of the meet. Ryan Davis running unattached is in 3, Rayshawn Johnson of Liberty in 4, and Brian Flowers of Lynchburg is in 5. As we said with Flowers, I think he's just going to get over one hurdle. We'll see if he stays in it. Yeah, just enough for the start. It does look like Ryan Davis is going to keep on running, though, so maybe we will have one finisher in this event. Again, you don't always get track meets where you have to say that. Rayshawn Johnson also just went over one hurdle. So our opening event of the day features one runner. It is Ryan Davis. We promise we will have more of a showing in these other events throughout the day, but this is the opener, the 400 hurdles. And just one section on the men's and women's side. As we said, almost every event today will be one section. There are a few with 2. So a quick meet, but also a quick meet when you look at some of the times that will be run. We could see some impressive stuff down the stretch and maybe, just maybe, a few professionals in the mix. Stellar time right around 60 seconds for Ryan Davis. That's our opening event. Up and away. Height will be lowered. We will head on to the women's 400 hurdles. In the midst of getting started, maybe didn't go through some of the logistics. My name is Evan Gates. So glad you are joining us on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. It has been a very interesting track and field season, some ups and downs, especially from Lynchburg's vantage point. We're going to try and show some love to everybody represented at this meet today. But Lynchburg are the ODAC champions. They won that at Bridgewater last weekend. It was a really tight battle on the men's side. The women scored over 200 points, a little more of a landslide, but a lot of ODAC competition represented today. You also have a few opponents from other D3s. Virginia Tech will be in the mix. And many unattached athletes coming out. It's going to be a fun night around the oval here at the Hill City Twilight. What we think is the first edition. We've had 3 home meets here at Lynchburg this season. Jack Toms was the first one if you go back to March. And that was obviously a large showing. We've seen that in multiple events that Lynchburg has competed in throughout the year. And then the Hornet Open here in Lynchburg, followed by the traditional Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. Always a quick one. And here we are in the 4th home meet for Lynchburg. So glad you're joining us. Let's go ahead and start taking a look at our next event on the track, the women's 400 hurdles. Looks like we will be staying true to timing throughout this meet. Snap timing has you covered for all the live results. The heat sheets, you can get all that information throughout the night. We're going to be making sure we try to notify you as much as possible. Women's 400 hurdles, and lane 3 is Chandri Allman of Southern Virginia. Comes into this one a 107.95 personal best. First in the 100 hurdles at the USA South Championships. Remember, a lot of these conference championships have concluded. Betsy Monkern of Lynchburg will be in lane 4. She was 11th in the 60 hurdles at the indoor championships. 4 ODAC podium finishes as well. So she has really started to season her stuff in her senior campaign and trying to extend that senior season. She was first in the 400 hurdles at the ODAC championships. And Flo Torres of Southern Virginia, the second half of this Knights duo in the 400 hurdles. First at the USA South Championships with a 105. We will see if she can extend her run. Betsy Monkern is in a standing start behind that camera angle, so maybe insinuating that will be a different approach for her. Remember, a lot of these athletes just keeping this meet legal, but there are going to be some very competitive races throughout the evening. The Knights up and away. Betsy Monkern just goes over the first hurdle. So now it is a battle between the Southern Virginia duo, Torres and Allman. Going to be a very exciting evening, not just because it is a fast race. It is the last home meet for Lynchburg, so we've had senior night and all of that stuff capped off at the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic, but one more edition. It just feels like the spring season, especially with many schools done with finals. It's just a very different vibe. It's so much fun to keep our eyes on the prize as we head into summer and the championship season continues. Here's Flo Torres, 55 seconds on the clock. Torres comes in with that 105 personal best. It's going to be really close, maybe a chance to match it, and it looks like she does. She will come in first. Allman will follow behind in second. So Flo Torres gets it done. 105.98. Chandri Allman, a 114.28 result for second. Let's go ahead and start introducing you to some of the scheduled events as well. It's going to be pretty rigid early on. A lot of quick events on the sprint side. The 400 hurdles are concluded after one section on either side. The men's 100 will be next at 5:15, followed by the women's 100-meter dash. Most events are men, followed by the women. There are a few exceptions when you look at the steeplechase and just hurdle heights, trying to make things as easy as possible for the volunteers. Most of them the Lynchburg Hornets. So it goes 100, 400, 200. Then a new event, at least for the D3 climate. The NAIA season features this pretty heavily. It is the 4x800, and we know a lot of NAIA teams will be trying to solidify marks heading into the championship season, so that'll be one to keep our eye on. The 1500 will follow that, and the 3K steeple, 800, 5K, and 4x4. Again, that info is displayed on snap timing. We're hoping to be done around 9:30 tonight if the schedule stays on pace. Don't know if we will run this one quickly or not. So obviously, if you have a runner represented in this meet, just keep your eyes peeled throughout the entire time. We will do our best to get all the info to you. And as we move on to the men's 100-meter dash, we know we have been very privileged to see some fast ones throughout the season. Go back to a few meets where Darrell Wesh, the Haitian 100-meter record holder, was in attendance. He earned first in a meet earlier this season. The championship season just continues. A few conference championships on the way this weekend. We know the Old Dominion Athletic Conference is in a very interesting spot now because you know a lot of athletes will continue running, trying to get those nationals marks. That's why you have a last chance meet like this. It's almost a catch-all scenario. And though it is a small meet, there's so much to really look at and enjoy. We're trying to keep this as transparent as possible, as we said, given the cards that we have been dealt. We know the heat sheets often come out later for a meet like this when you're trying to get as many entries in, get everything ready to go. So we might be venturing through this one together, but it is a track meet, and we are going to run our way around the oval the entire time and have fun doing so. 9 athletes are scheduled for the men's 100-meter dash. Remember this 5:15 start time. It looks like now it is just 7, or 6 rather, on the final heat sheet. That is in the first section. So remember, there will be 2 sections for this. Will be a very large Ferrum presence in the first heat. Lynchburg will have a pair as well. Meet director for this one, the distance coach at Lynchburg, Jake Reed. Meet referee is Justin Adams, and remember, your timing service is snap timing. Busy week in the Hill City. I think every school can say that at this time of the year. You have lacrosse being played on Schellenberger Field. The men's lacrosse team clinched their spot in the championship game against Randolph-Macon tomorrow. That semifinal was last night, so you're constantly just changing things around. Everybody making sure they could get the railing up for this track meet, fill the steeple pit, and get ready to go. It is a hot one, around 89 degrees. That might favor some of these sprinters, but it gets to a certain temperature, and I think everybody would like it to be a little bit cooler. We will see. It's really just up to the athlete. Everybody has their own preference. Just about 5 minutes out. We could go ahead and start looking at some of that ODAC information that we talked about. If you have followed along through Lynchburg's season, it was such an impressive ODAC championship. It has been a very difficult couple of weeks for the Lynchburg team. One of the athletes, Frank Sorba, tragically passing last week, and so obviously suddenly you realize that track and field is almost a non-priority. You're just trying to really stick with your family and friends and really lift Frank up. We're going to talk about him throughout the day. He has been so special for this Lynchburg program. But obviously to be able to go out and compete as one, I think so many of the Lynchburg athletes were just ready to go out for each other and do it for Frank. And so obviously I think first or second didn't matter. You wanted to get first. They went out and they really competed. But it was something so much bigger on display at Bridgewater. So you see on your screen, it'll be essentially a scrimmage between Ferrum and Lynchburg in this first section. We saw some high representation, too, at the Old Dominion Athletic Conference Championships from an array of these athletes. It starts with Lane 2, Damari McPherson. 11:04 PR at ODAX for 13th. Top 10 in 3 events, and so you know he is very versatile. We have seen him in many of these sprint events. Michael Ham of Ferrum is in lane 3, a 10:85 personal best. Finished 3rd in the 400, 2nd in the 4x1. This Ferrum Panther squad really went out and clinched that one. Jamari Blackburn is going to be your high seed in lane 4. 10:72 personal best for 3rd in the ODAC. He ran 10:51 in that wind-aided final, and it was only assisted by a little bit. Interesting enough, the women's race was legal, and Natasha Tate ran a top 5 time all-time in Division III in that 100-meter dash. Connor Church of Ferrum is in 5, 10:99 personal best for 9th at the ODAC Championships. That was his first time under 11. Nick Raya of Lynchburg will be in 6, 10:99 personal best. He ran just the 200 at the ODAX, but did place 12th. And then in lane 7, Michael Cooley of Lynchburg, an 11:09 personal best for the freshman. A couple minutes out. 2 sections, as we said. The start will certainly come into play. We know that the wind throughout today hasn't been too bad, so you don't expect this will be a wind-aided result. We say that. Don't hold us to our words. But it's always difficult just to maneuver the conditions, and when you have a time that is not wind-assisted, you want to go out there and do what you can to capitalize in the moment. Looks like everyone who is expected to toe the line is here, all 6 in this first section. Section 2 will have just 3 athletes, and so a little bit smaller. A few final warm-ups on the way. May is one of those months in the spring season you just never know what you're going to get. It was 60s, the ODAC Championships. Had some rain that hit the forecast earlier in that week, and then now it has really just been a blaze ever since. What's interesting about this meet, you have one section in a lot of events, but even in some of those distance races, there really isn't as much separation as you would anticipate. That being said, the times up front are going to be extremely quick. On the sprint side, it's more localized. A lot of talent from Ferrum, Lynchburg, Randolph, a few unattached in the mix. Whereas these distance races extend a little bit further. Virginia Tech will be competing in a few events throughout the day. They attended a home meet last year for Lynchburg. Always in the mix, and we know not very far away in Blacksburg. The ACC championships are on the way. The Division I schedule a little bit different than Division III, so that's something to keep our eye on. And a lot of stuff on the way. We're excited to watch it. Here is the men's 100-meter dash. Down in their blocks and ready to go. 5 athletes gonna make the straightaway. Who makes it the quickest? Here we go. Really an even start. Everybody's still in the mix. It's going to be tight. It looks like it's between Ham and McPherson, but I think it's going to be Damari McPherson, 11:01, and gets a PR just by a few hundredths. So impressive stuff, and what we have seen from him this season just continues to perform. Looks like a tie up front. Michael Ham also gets 11:01. And so as we expected, that one was a little bit closer. And then Michael Cooley, top 3, 11:06, gets on the podium. So a few personal bests by really just a few hundredths all around. Michael Ham just misses it, but that's what last chance meets are all about. It's about getting to this spot, making sure that you can operate. There are some of the results on your screen. We will keep everything communicated throughout the evening. A lot that we have to talk about, and we'll try not to get on too many tangents. It is a long track meet, so you always have to expect a few subplots here and there, but we're having fun on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Second section on the way there. They are on your screen. Ronald Steffen Jr. representing the Virginia University of Lynchburg down the street. He is in lane 3, 10:96 personal best from 2019. Jaden Lacey of Lynchburg in 4, an 11:34 personal best from his first outdoor meet this season, 21st in the ODAC in the 100 and 200. And then Dason McMillan. McMillan from Bluefield, an 11:86 personal best in the conference championships. Jaden Lacey gets out quick. We'll see if he can hold on. Chasing that 11:34. Great drive phase, and now just has to hold on through the line. Looks like he's going to get 11 low. We'll wait and see. 11:19, another personal best for one of the Hornets as Jaden Lacey rolls on by, and Lynchburg's got to like that one. You just saw he really gave a vote of confidence. Steffen gets 11:68, McMillan 11:77. So that is a personal best as well. So despite the small heat size, impressive stuff. You get those middle lanes. You don't have as many competitors by your side. Sometimes you just have a different vibe when you step up to the blocks, and it really starts to show in some of these performances. You race all season with all 8 lanes occupied, traffic behind you, ahead of you. You don't know what time you're going, but the 100 to come out and essentially just have what is a little pace session. You don't always have all 8 in lanes. It has been some good stuff so far. Mostly in-house for this women's 100-meter dash. Randolph represented with Kendra Smith in lane 3, a 12:90 personal best coming into this one. Sister of Kiara Smith on Lynchburg's team. So the Hill City connection still alive and well. You know, Randolph was 5th in the women's ODAC 4x1, so they have the talent up front. Tatiana Langston in lane 4, big ODACs, 12:46, 100 PR for 6th, 25:74, 200 for 5th. That was with some healthy wind, but you understand she is having a really good season. Riley Turner of Lynchburg is in lane 5, 12:98 personal best, returning from a patellar tear earlier this season. And she runs 13:04 at ODAX. And so just off that personal best, it was a season best. We'll see if she gets it done. And then Kira Hawkins running unattached in 6th, 13:23 seed time. The quadruplet down in their blocks and ready to go. So starts are up and away. The Randolph pair have a few steps in front, and it looks like Langston is trying to explode to the line. Few quick steps gets her there first. And it might have been a personal best. It's going to be close. Oh, just off. 12:54 for Langston. Kendra Smith in second with 12:70, so that PR dips down. And then Kira Hawkins sneaks into third. So just a little bit lower than that seed time. Impressive stuff once again. This women's 100-meter dash. The Wildcats just from the gun were in stride, in sync together. And that is how we reached the finish line of our first sprint event. We could say our first true sprint event. The 400 hurdles might qualify for that. We know it is one of the most difficult around the oval. All the hurdle events just involve a very different skill set. The men's 400 will be the next event on the track. Again, we don't know how quick they're going to run this meet throughout, so we're going to try and keep you updated. Have to expect there will be a few results or a few starts here and there that will be earlier than what we think is the start time. So we're going to keep our eyes on the prize. The men's 400 on the way. Its anticipated start time is 5:35. You're watching the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. back here in the Hill City Twilight meet, the University of Lynchburg. Having a lot of fun so far in the early stages. We promise we're not making this meet a sales pitch. It is a smaller meet, but it will be a very fast meet. And you look at some of the times that you anticipate later today, you start to expect the unexpected, especially when you look at some of these facility records. A few Olympians in the house. The professional presence is always fun to keep an eye on. And later in those distance events, that's something that we'll have to watch. It's going to be a very fun one. Just getting ready for the men's 400. Everybody getting suited up and ready to go. Just saw on your screen a few of the athletes competing in this one. There are only 4. It'll be Jaquan Ebron of Bluefield in lane 3. 50-76 personal best at the Appalachian Athletic Conference Championships. That put him in 12th. Eric West, Romario Taylor. We'll see and try to keep an eye on it because they are in different lanes. He was slated to run for Milligan. 47-47 personal best, seated at 48.50, won the Appalachian Athletic Conference Championships. Rye Jackson will be in this one, running unattached, under a whole lot of red, seated at 52.64. But you know, in a section like this, you can kind of get carried along. And it looks like on the outside, Luke Demos is joining the party from Lynchburg. Mentioned it's a small meet, not hard to get into the section. He was not listed on your heat sheet, so don't know if it's a pacing job or if he's taking this one all the way around. We'll learn together. And our trio are up and away. Demos might just be trying to keep this one legal, so he does just kind of jog off on the curve. So now it is a pair running in the middle lanes. Looks like it's between Taylor and Jackson. That's going to be the battle. And Taylor taking off, heading into the curve. We talked about it here. If you're Ryan Jackson, it's just about allowing the pack, or now one athlete, to carry you on. And a big opportunity to put something big on the board. Taylor came into this one with a 47-47 personal best. And he finishes just over Rye Jackson in second. We'll wait for the results to file on in. Remember, this is snap timing that will have all of your updated results throughout the day. If we don't get these times in, we will keep an eye on it in the next few events as the women's 400 gets slated to begin. So moving on into the women's 400. 5 athletes slated to run in this one. Janiyah Evans of Bluefield, Jessica Taylor of Randolph, Jennifer Moore of Randolph, Addie Parker of Southern Virginia, and Samaria Little of Lynchburg. The lanes are not announced on the heat sheet because we know when you have a smaller size, sometimes the athletes will move in different positions. So it looks like off the eye test right now, as you'll see on your screen momentarily, Addie Parker of Southern Virginia is in 2. The Randolph duo is occupying 3 and 4. Samaria Little will be in lane 6. Official times from the men's 400 are in. Romario Taylor ran 48.91, and then Rye Jackson ran 53.60 for second. Four athletes just about ready to take off the one tripper here in the Hill City, the Hill City Twilight. And get set for the only section here from the women's 400. Gun fires, and here we go. So keep an eye on the Randolph duo in the middle. We know Randolph had a lot of success at the ODAC Championships. Jennifer Moore, 103.48 personal best. Jessica Taylor, right at 60.71, also competes in pentathlons. That was a Randolph squad that was 6th in the 4x4 at the ODAC Championships. A little bit of separation early. Starting to see in a few of these sections, that's something you anticipate with these smaller heats. Who makes the move early? Addie Parker in a good spot. But here comes Taylor of Randolph. Maybe just a step too many as they roll down the stretch. And the Wildcats look to have this one in the bag. It's going to be a time right around 60, so maybe matching that PR was Taylor. Addie Parker files through for second. As you see on your screen, we're going to have to wait for a few of these results today. But Jessica Taylor gets it done for first. As we move on to the next few events, remember, introduced you to the schedule earlier today, will be the 200, starting right around 5:50, followed by the 4x8 and 1500. Those will be the next three events on the docket. Just about 10 minutes to do so, so we're going to take another quick break, but we will keep you updated when those 200s begin on the other side of the track right here in Lynchburg.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
If you're just joining us on LHSN, this is the Hill City Twilight. We're going to have to say it a few times before we start remembering right off the bat because it is a new meet and always fun when you have something new on the schedule. It's not the first time that Lynchburg has been able to say that this year, hosting 4 competitions here in the Hill City. A few of them had 2 days of racing as well. This is just a one-day affair, and so we're having fun doing so. Different mix of teams as well. We mentioned the NAIA presence. We will see that a little later on with the 4x800. Milligan may be chasing some NAIA marks. We're doing our best to look at some of those lists and keep you updated where they stand in the national rankings because you know that is really what matters at this stage of the season. So just about a moment away from the men's 200-meter dash. It's set to start at 5:50. We will see how close that they stay, getting a few warm-ups before we get this one rolling. We mentioned the large Ferrum presence and the 100-meter dash. They have a few that will be here for the men's 200 as well. 2 sections. It will be Damari McPherson of Ferrum in 1, 23:02 200 personal best. Nick Raya of Lynchburg comes back in lane 2, so you see a few people doubling in both of these events. Really not a long break. It's a hot one, so we'll see if fatigue is a factor, but Raya comes in with a 22:06 PR. He ran 22:53 at Odax. Keith Fletcher of Milligan is in 3 personal best for the senior at the conference championship. So you know he is feeling himself. He's ready to go. 21:57, the time to beat there. Siobhan Daly for the Pfeiffer Falcons is in 4, 21:53 PR as a freshman. 5 podium finishes at conference championship. So Fletcher did plenty himself, but Daly also has a really nice resume. We might see a battle between 3, 4, 5. Michael Ham was also in the party, 21:50 personal best for the Panther. Jalen Jones of Lynchburg is in 6. Conference competitor. He has been very solid. Finals in the 100 and 200 at the ODAC championships. And then Connor Church of Ferrum will be in 7. 22:34 personal best. 7 athletes. In an event like today, you would consider that a pretty loaded section. A little later on, we will see more presence in the distance events. Just about ready to be down in blocks. It's time for the men's 200. Up and away we go. Daly might be the man to beat in 4. It's a good start from Michael Ham as well. Watch the stagger. It looks like we're going to have a pretty even curve as we go into the straightaway. Anybody's game. And Keith Fletcher might have a few steps. Jalen Jones on the outside looking good. Oh, there's a quadruplet that has a chance to pull away. We will wait and see. Wow, Jalen Jones might have gotten that from the outside. There we go. Jalen Jones, 21:74. The anticipation is real, but Jalen gets it done. The Hornets strike again. Keith Fletcher in 2nd, 21:81. Siobhan Daly, 21:89 to round out the podium. So from a personal best standpoint, I don't think it was exactly anything record-setting, but you do know that that is still impressive to have consistency at this stage. You're doubling back from the 100 in many cases. Also after the conference championships, it's never an easy feat, and so nice work all around. There are 2 sections in this men's 200-meter dash. Second section will feature Ronald Steffen Jr. of Virginia University of Lynchburg in 3. Mentioned his name earlier today in the 100. 22-23 personal best. He ran 24-11 at the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. We know a few of his personal best come from years ago, so he's in a spot where he wants to try and get back there, try to set something special. Ryan Jackson running in lane 4. 23:01 seed time coming into this one for the high schooler. And then in lane 5, Jaden Lacey. Good stuff in the 100. 23:54 personal best. And just trying to wrap up his campaign on a high note. Anytime that you can get stuff done and extend your season in the freshman year, you really just start to build confidence the more reps you get. A trio on the line in the second section, the final one from this men's 200. Good start from Lacey on the outside. A few quick steps into the lead and immediately looks like he has the separation. Don't forget the time, 23:54, the mark that he is chasing. We'll see if he holds on. Stefan in the ballpark, but it looks like Lacey is going to have enough to do it. He gets through the line right around 23 seconds. Wait for the official time, 23:38. And then Stefan finishes second, Jackson in third, as you see on your screen. 23:54 was the time to beat. Jaden Lacey gets it done again. You just got to keep on rolling, keep on clipping down. And from the gun, just a little heightened effort and very impressive stuff. Moving on to the women's 200. Going the best we can throughout the day. There are a lot of different events, not as many in each section. There will be 5 expected to toe the line for this women's 200. And it starts with Kira Hawkins running unattached. Had a solid 100, now back in the 2 with a 27:07 seed time. Riley Turner will be in lane 3, 26:32 personal best. She ran 26:89 at ODAX, but remember, she is coming back from injury. This has really been that first full season back, and so impressive stuff. We'll see what she has to accomplish. Lane 4, Jayla Thomas for Pfeiffer. 24:97 PR for second in the USA South Championships. She was third in the 100 as well. Tatiana Langston. Impressive season for the Randolph Wildcats. 25:74 PR. Scored at the ODAC Championships. And then Malia Parsons in lane 6, a 27:36 PR. She was 5th in the triple jump at the ODAC Championships. So a healthy mix, a few different events represented, a few conference scoring athletes in the mix. It'll be a curve and a straight. Five are up and running. Jayla Thomas, the fast seed from Pfeiffer. She's making her move immediately, already has the stagger and looking to explode into the straightaway. Here comes Jayla Thomas. It's her race to lose now. So much isolation. Malia Parsons filing in for second, and maybe a chance for Langston to sneak in as well, but Jayla Thomas gets it done clinically. 25:51. Malia Parsons, 26:59. Jayla Thomas came in with a 24:97 PR, so you know she is capable of even more in that performance. Parsons able to get a personal best, a big one, 27:36. Before this one, as we mentioned, at 26:59. Not always running the 200, and that is a big-time result. And Tatiana Langston, 26:65. So the women's 200-meter dash has concluded. A lot of sprint events throughout the day. We're going to keep our eye on some of the field events. We know the pole vault is inside the D zone, so you might see some action throughout the day. Remember, Snap Timing has all your results and heat sheets. We've got a lot left to discover, and a few fun events will be on the way. The men's 4x800, the next one around the oval. It's set to start at 6:05. Well, this should be a fun one. We don't always see this event in track meets, especially at the Division III level, but it is the 4x800 meter relay. Maybe if you're watching this and you're from in-house here in Virginia, maybe you competed in it at the high school level, maybe you have a son or daughter who did, maybe you're just unfamiliar with the event, so we will get it described to you. 4 different athletes will each run an 800, 2 laps around the oval. And we know this is a very interesting opportunity, especially for Milligan. There are only 3 squads in this race, an A team and a B team for Milligan, and then Lynchburg has a squad of their own, and it's kind of makeshift when you look at the heat sheet because it's not the same 4 names that were on the list. Now, we know that is pretty traditional. A lot of coaches will just enter names and then alter the lineup. For Lynchburg, it was just a little bit different. Coach Jake Reed throwing someone in there. I think it's a mix of, obviously, as we've said already, making sure that this meet is legal and competitive, but it's also giving Milligan someone else in this race who can try and make something happen. So we don't know what the times will be. We don't know if Lynchburg is going to go all out. But rest assured, Milligan has a lot to chase, right? This is the NAIA part of the season where national times are up. You got to hit the ones that are posted. The A cut is 7:41. The B cut is 7:46. So keep those times in your mind. They ran 7:48 for first at the conference championships, so just outside of that. But they are seated at 7:37. So if you are a Milligan fan, you've probably seen stuff earlier that would certainly corroborate the fact this is a quick squad. They are ready to go. Again, we know the lineup sometimes changes, but for Milligan's A squad, it's Silas Chambers, Bryn Woodall, Will Stockley, and Aaron Jones. For Milligan on the B squad, it's Carter Wyndham, Aaron Gottlieb, Bryson Lewis, and Romario Taylor, as we saw him earlier in some of these sprint events. For Lynchburg, that new lineup is Mercer Alden, Draven Fernandez, Luke Demos, and Jonathan Cobb. A lot of athletes earning accolades at this stage of the season. You look at the postseason and conference championships, and you know that there are times out there that are impressive. You know a lot of conference champions will be in the mix. You got one toeing the line for Lynchburg. Jonathan Cobb, the 10K champ, was a very emotional 10K. That record was held by Frank Sorba of Lynchburg, who passed away last week, as we talked about earlier. Just a week of tributes and honors. There is our man Luke Demos on the screen for Lynchburg, another one of those 800 runners who has really been a specialist as we get set to toe the line. Remember, it is essentially a scrimmage, Milligan versus Lynchburg. You know, to extend our conversation on the Frank Sorba side of things, it was a very emotional meet just with the timing, but we knew, as we said, the priority was obviously focusing on just being together, and what Jonathan Cobb and Bryce Davis did for Lynchburg in that 10K was nothing short of beautiful and spectacular. It was that definitely one of those that you will remember. Tor Hotung Davidson ran the first lap of the 10K with Frank's hip number as a tribute. You can find that video on LHSN's YouTube page. Just a beautiful experience, and we will make sure that Frank's legacy will continue to live on. He is certainly going to always have a handprint on Lynchburg. One of the record setters in Lynchburg history. So Milligan's going at it. It does look like Lynchburg's going to keep this a little pedestrian. They have been in the week after this conference championship on what you could say a little bit of a reprieve, but Jonathan Cobb is one of those runners that will go a little slow early, and then Milligan is out in a hurry. We will watch for those splits throughout this race. Looks like they were right around 28 seconds. We know it is a blistering time if you can get down to that 7:37 mark. That would exceed the A cut for NAIA. First in NAIA is 7:35 if you're trying to compete for that mark. So first runners come through around 56 seconds. Trying to split that 152. If you hold pace, we'll see how much they have in the tank on the second lap. Again, this is an event that is very unfamiliar to the D3 climate. More competition on the high school stage, at least in Virginia. A little bit of separation. We knew that Milligan's A and B squads would have that. That's why you try to consolidate who is with who. You want everybody to be on the same page, and especially if you're going for a mark, you want your best 4 times on the same squad. Just a straightaway before the exchange, it's not going to be a lot of heavy traffic, so it essentially just comes down to getting the baton passed off in between the arrows. That's always the case, but shouldn't be any bumps or bruises in the mix. Milligan 1-2, Lynchburg 3, 155 when the baton is handed off. And now the task just continues to be stacking those times on. So 155 for Milligan's first leg. We're going to keep these on our sheet. Remember that first time in the nation is 735. A cut 741, B cut 746. Here comes Woodall for Milligan. We saw right before the race, they were giving out new hip numbers. Don't know if that was a check-in miscue or if there was something in the cards that we haven't seen from up here in the press box, but they are off and running. And now a good chance, despite being alone, for Milligan to put a big time on the board. That's what last chance meets are all about. First lap right around 54-55. So what can the Buffalo accomplish? They have a chance now to go 150 on this second split. In the back, you see there might be a battle forming. If Lynchburg can get back into the mix, you know some healthy competition was never a bad thing. But Milligan's A squad in a good spot, 319 with 200 left on this second leg. The expectations always vary from coaching staff to coaching staff, but you know you want to make a big mark on the national field, and now is a great time. You might not get another opportunity down the stretch. They are few and far between to have 4 all in the same race. Right around 153 for that split. It's 348 when the baton is handed off. And so now there is an opportunity at your doorstep. What are you going to do with it? That 740 mark is going to be the one that can certainly fall. Don't know how Milligan has established their order. You know sometimes with the anchor waiting, expect some speed in the mix. All scattered around the track in these first 2 legs. And so now it is essentially just you versus the track. It is such a mental battle. One that Milligan will try to overcome. Will Stockley, the senior, keeping this one in his hands right around 445. You know, it just gets so tough during an 800 too, and it might be one of the toughest events around the oval because it is essentially the distance version of the sprint. You are just going at it. Definitely tactical. We've seen a few battles throughout the season here at home meets where it can be so interesting. How do you go out in that first lap? But there are always a few performers in the mix. We're going to see it later in the standalone 800s. Milligan coming around on this third leg as Stockley is still looking comfortable, and it looks like they have a shot to get that 740 mark. We'll keep our eye on it. It might be right around a 155 when all is said and done. Handoff right around 546. That was around a 157, 158 leg from Stockley. And here comes Aaron Jones. He's going to try to handle business. Just about taking it one lap at a time. A little easier said than done. When things start to get tough, you hit some turbulence. Who's going to be the one to break the wall open? Lap and a half left. Committing to the pace early. You like what you see from Aaron Jones so far. It is going to be that question mark on the back lap. You know, sometimes with a relay, it does come down to that final leg, and you almost have to commit, put yourself in a position to attack. They're going to need around a 58 if they want a chance. 6:42. Certainly within reach. Remember, first in the nation, 7:35, a blazing time. Now Milligan has everything in front of them. Opportunity with just outside 200 meters. The clock sitting at 7:10. Now it's chase time. It's just Milligan and the clock. Little extra urgency, and it still looks like he has a little more left. When you hit that final straightaway, you got to explode, and now it's a chance. Seconds ticking away. It's going to be very close if they want to get near that 7:40 mark, and it might be identical with the clock. They will roll through right around 7:40 or 7:41. Punching their ticket. 7:40 on the clock, as you see, so they do hit that time. That was the expectation coming into this one, and a complete effort. Wow, you like that final leg. 154, so pretty even dispersion from Milligan. Lynchburg able to move their way into second. 8:08.55. We will wait for our official results. It was really one of those races that just felt like you saw from the gun it was going to be separated, and we knew that Milligan had a chance to get close to that time, but really just started with the trust up front. And so Milligan gets it done in the men's 4x8. Wasting no time as the ladies take the track. We don't really have facility records or program records in this 4x8 because, as we said, it is an event that is not typically going on around the oval. But we're having fun, and it is always a healthy variation, something you don't always see. And we know even for Lynchburg and the spot that they were in, came into this race, we don't want to say they just threw something together, but I mean, there's not another way to really put it. Coming off a very stellar outdoor season, some fitness still lingering around, and the Hornets, despite maybe not having that A-plus stuff, not going completely all out, they still had a pretty good showing. So here on our PA system, always thankful for the contributions of Mr. Daniel Cutright, former runner here at Lynchburg. Competed in the steeplechase top 10 list. He's back influencing things in another way. It's Milligan versus Montreat, battle of the M's. Who takes it? And going shoulder to shoulder in this first 200. On this women's side, we talked about some of the cuts on the men's side. 926 is an A cut. 932 is the B cut. First time in the nation is 907. 12th is 924. It's a much heavier field than the men. The men's teams only had about 5 or 6 who had competed in the 4x8, so a little bit different now. These ladies will come through the first leg right around 108. first lap of the first leg, and now you can tell Montreat almost forced to go into lane 2. Megan Christian and Dylan Garcia battling it out. This is how this entire leg is really shaped up. One-on-one, we see Montreat on the outside. You do want to make that move going into the curve if you can. You don't want to waste any extra footsteps, but Milligan might have a little something extra as well. Sticking tight. Remember that time of 9:26, the A-cut, 9:20 for Milligan coming into this one, and 9:22 for Montreat. And so you can expect it to be close. We just don't know how long, what's the game plan. But now down to a final straightaway, and these two squads might just be content to roll on through shoulder to shoulder. This will make the exchanges interesting. It might be a difference maker. They're almost identical as well. Maybe a little bit of a collaborative effort as well. Two schools that might be familiar with each other, but Milligan's starting to take off now. Milligan rolling out with Killia Hasty. Caitlin Domini. Excuse me, that is Caitlin Domini for Milligan. Killia Hasty for Montreat. So here's Domini and Milligan in a spot once again where they do not only want to just stamp a spot in nationals, but you do want to have a good seed. They're a squad that can compete in the NAIA level, and fortunate enough to see them here at this competition. You know, you always have multiple divisions represented at these track meets, and it is certainly not limited. It's one of the sports that you can do that in. It is so fun to be able to represent. 3:24 on the clock as they roll around for lap 2. Little extra pace, and they're going to keep this one rolling. The senior for Milligan just trying to put something on the board that will stick. It's that time of the season. We've been really analyzing it the entire 2 months. Outdoors, such a quick campaign. You're really in and out, and so you don't have many opportunities to strike. That's why these last chance meets are really an extension of the season. Conference championships matter. I think almost every school in the nation is going to give the right amount of respect to the postseason, but you also have these athletes who don't want to be done in the first week of May or the last week of April. Still so much to be won. So here comes Milligan going into the second exchange. 7:37 seed time for both. Or excuse me, that's the men's squad. 9:20 seed time for Milligan. Folks, we're trying to keep it together. It is a long track meet, but we are having fun. It has been some speedy stuff to get things underway. Milligan's onto their third leg with Ashlyn Haas. So they went into the second leg identical. Milligan takes off. We'll see if Montreat has a response. But right now on your screen, showing the leaders by about 40 or 50 meters. .920 pace, as you hear over the PA system, and that would certainly be what the doctor ordered, matching that seed time. So still separation, much like the last heat. It comes to a spot where you just got to be ready to go. Takes a little extra emphasis on detail and knowing your splits. When you're the only one going, you don't want to burn out and not even have anyone else to pick you back up when the pack is separated. Milligan and Montreat. Sticking in this one, the women's 4x800. Don't forget, so much action to keep your eyes feasted on The men's 1500 will be the next event on the track. And if they stay on schedule, there's a pretty big intermission between the 4x8 and the 1500. 7:30 start time for the 15. But there will be some stars on the track ready to rip. It's almost a sprint start, a distance finish. We've been going for just under an hour and a half. Here comes Milligan rolling around. It'll be the final exchange. They're going to have a little bit of work to do, but it does look like they're in a good spot. Montreat is starting to pick things back up. We asked if they had a response. They might have had something in the cards. And now 657, 658 on the final exchanges. This might be the craziest way you could have ran a 4x8, but either way, you see Montreat is entering the picture again, and once again, it is a battle. These two squads certainly know each other. They know what they're capable of doing. 2 9:20-ish times, and it's down to the final 2 laps. 9:20 for Milligan, 9:22 for Montreat. Milligan has hip number 1, but hit with every lap is going to pose a problem with Montreat right behind. Will we stay true to the script as Milligan rolls around looking for what would be a very nice time? Those 2 seconds are really what separate the pair right now. And it looks like they're still on pace, maybe a second or 2 ahead. It's going to require around a 1:17 on the final lap. If they want to get that 9:20, here we go. This is where the race starts. Forget the 7 first laps. It comes down to the final trip around the oval, and Milligan still sitting in a comfortable spot. A little more of a gap, but not by much. Montreat has fought fiercely to come back in this one. And now it is essentially anybody's game. Just a few steps in front. Montreat might be able to close the gap a little bit slowly, and around 8:41 on the clock. 200 to go. If you pass, you might be waiting for the straightaway as well. Montreat in a decent spot, and they are going to make the move on the outside. Here we go, 100 left, and it is all down to the straightaway. Montreat locked and loaded. They wait till the nth hour, but now on the straightaway, it might be a little bit of a momentum victory. They will hold on to this one. Both squads are going to go under 9:20, 9:16 for Montreat. 9:16.46 and 9:17.68. Impressive stuff. That A-cut was 9:26, and forget it. Both squads comfortable. They looked composed the entire way. It's not the blueprint that we might have expected. Back and forth the entire way, but they do both reach the finish line. That separation by about a second or 2 stays true to form, but it was an impressive result for a pair of NAIA competitors. So we will have a quick break. We're going to try and keep our camera and eyes on some of the field events throughout the day, but we know the men's 1500 slated to begin at 7:30. We'll keep our eye on the fact if it actually happens, but so much fun here in the Hill City. You're watching the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Want to have some outdoor adventures while getting a degree at the same time? At the University of Lynchburg, we have an on-campus zip line and road course. Plus, we offer adventure trips that cost less than a cup of coffee. And did I mention our beautiful scenery? We're a university for students looking for something more than just books. Welcome to your new adventure experience.
Lynchburg is all about you, your ideas, and your goals. We've got one professor for every 10 students, so you can get all the support you need. In the classroom, in the lab, or in nature. You'll learn by putting yourself out there, and we're right there with you.
I wanted to be a physical therapist probably starting about halfway through college. I love the concept that exercise is medicine. You know, we're starting to discover that exercise really can remedy many of the things that we thought that only surgery or only drugs could remedy in the past. When the student comes here, it's because we believe in them, it's because we want them here, it's because we believe they'll be successful. The faculty here are devoted to their development, not only academically but also professionally. We're not so inundated with things that we don't have time to make students one of our highest priorities. We have your back. We're gonna help you through that. If you're willing to work, then we're willing to put the work into it and the effort to help you succeed.
I was really attracted to Lynchburg primarily because my dad went here. He is an alum, so I kind of had that close tie of being interested in the school, and the school had what I wanted to study. I knew I wanted to help people in the area of health and wellness, so the health promotion program was definitely a program that drew me in, and from day one I've been in love with it, and I wouldn't have chosen any different. I have never had better professors or teachers in my life, and I think here at the University of Lynchburg, the professors definitely care about their students, especially in the health promotion department. These professors want you to be educated, want you to have the experience, and just want you to feel confident going into your career path following your collegiate education. You just feel like you're cared for here and that you matter, and that no matter what, at the end of the day, you're going to be successful. And the people here really want to be here, and everyone has a purpose, and it's just a great environment to be in.
Get your career in the game by enrolling in the University of Lynchburg MBA program with an emphasis in sport management. This program opens the doors to new possibilities for a variety of careers, from being an athletic director or working in athletic administration to working for professional organizations, your favorite team, to running a local Parks and Rec department. And employers are increasingly requesting and preferring individuals who have postgraduate education, specifically looking for an MBA. And so the University of Lynchburg Sport Management concentration in the MBA program sets you up for success, and it sets you apart from the many other people looking for jobs in the industry. Learn from winners. Here you will learn from professors and mentors who have spent their careers doing exactly what you want to do. Increase your marketability in an $83 billion industry. If you have a 3.0 GPA, the GMAT is waived. There's no application fee, admissions occurs on a rolling basis, and our online program is ideal for working adults. When you enroll in this program, you enroll in the opportunity to learn from the best of the best. Your professors have a wealth of experience working in the sport industry that they share with you in the classroom setting. Get in the game by getting your MBA with a sport management concentration at the University of Lynchburg. Just you know, Hollywood, here I come. Hey, I meant, yeah.
The real Lindsay Piper's here.
Autographs there later.
My name is Davion Washington Jr. I have the honor of serving as the student body president. I have 5 little siblings. I'm the oldest of 6 siblings, and they look up to me. I'm setting the tone. I get to develop myself, make myself a better individual, but also I'm helping future generations, not even my family, but just future generations in general. I found my passion here. I found, the love for what I want to do. I just really had an amazing time here. It's changed, my outlook on life. You don't have to be famous to change lives. You don't have to be on the big screen or whatever. I change lives now, and I hope to continue to do that. Just same way that the University of Lynchburg has changed my life for the better.
All right, my name is Joshua Carr. I am a senior. I am a theater major as well as a history minor. I love the arts. I love acting. I love entertaining. I live in 5th Street, the historic black neighborhood. The money came in, transfer, scholarship, all that. I appreciate that greatly. I pay my own tuition. I ain't got no help. I pay everything myself. I mean, I'm smart too. So they gave it like, you smart, here. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that though. You come here to do a job. I came here to do a job. A student's job is to get that degree and make something of ourselves. We got everything for you. We got you a 24-hour library. You got these sorority fraternities. We got to shoot for you. Is you gonna put it on? That's how University of Lynchburg is. Success is in the details. You know what I'm saying? It's like you learn it, know better, do better. What I love is they allow us to speak. They want our voices to be heard. They want us to talk. They want us to bring up the discomfort. They respect our point of views. They respect Black Lives Matter. They respect the LGBT community. They respect those, you know what I'm saying? That's what I love about my school. They respect that, and they allow us to showcase and voice our expressions. I love the diversity here. I love the different interests of people here. I can act, dance, sing, box, play football. I can do it all, you know what I'm saying? I can teach somebody that doesn't know what I know, and that person can teach me something that I don't know that they know. That's what you get here. You get diversity, you get different people with different knowledge coming together, sharing information and helping each other out. That's what I love. That's why I say people. I love the people here. College, think about it. If it's not for you, fall back. If it's for you, go further with it. And University of Lynchburg will be that choice. It's gonna be right there. They're gonna make the shoe. They're gonna do what it do. It's up for you to put that shoe on. So that's what I say.
Be ready for anything, okay?
Come on, let's go together! Together, let's go! Come on! Let's go, keep going! Sorry, that's the best one.
Straight? Straight up, yep. Yeah.
Cool. Good one. All right, guys, you see the meat grinder down here? Stay in the boat, let's go. You on camera? Oh, what'd you think of that? Woo!
Welcome to the Campus Recreational Department at the University of Lynchburg. We believe in a student-centered approach to recreation, making sure that all students have fun and engaging activities that promotes wellness, personal growth, and community building.
Our team works to provide a variety of recreation opportunities for all our undergrad and graduate students.
Let's take a look at the different areas of campus rec.
Campus recreation covers all outdoor recreation. Our team offers dozens of trips per semester, maintains recreation facilities on campus, and offers outdoor certificates and leadership training.
Intramurals is open to all students who wants to play on a team. We have men's, women's, and co-ed leagues for each sport we offer.
Those looking for next level competition can join club sports. These are student-led organizations with the support of Campus Recreation. You can join one of our established club sports, or you can start your own with our support.
Campus Recreation offers an excellent amount of opportunities to stay active, make new friends, and develop new skills. We hope to see you soon.
Cheer for the stumbles. That he should have had that. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
My name is Alexis Fabula. I major in criminology and I double minor in psychology and criminal forensics. My favorite part about Lynchburg is the friends that I've come to have. It's helped me come out of my shell more, and it's helped me become the person I am and the student I am. I really enjoyed how small the campus was, and I also really enjoy how small the class sizes are. It made me feel like I was going to be more engaged than I would at a bigger campus. If someone was on the fence of coming to the University of Lynchburg, I would definitely love to sit down and have a conversation with them, because I'm forever grateful that I made this choice. It's definitely something that a student wouldn't regret. Out of my 4 years here, I've not had one bad experience. I've had a great 4 years, and I'm going to be very sad to go.
This video isn't about me. It's about the limitless possibilities that the University of Lynchburg allows me to be. An athlete, an artist, an adventurer, a writer, a believer, a human. Because what I love about the University of Lynchburg is that they have a saying, here we're home, And honestly though, I think a better fit would be a home for everyone. Because it doesn't matter the color of your skin, the person you love, the God you pray to, the pronouns you use, the city you're from, the language you speak. University of Lynchburg gives you the greatest opportunity they can for you to be the absolute best version of yourself.
Every great college has a great city. For Lynchburg, we are near urban areas with lots of restaurants, shopping, and events. Plus, we are one of the top schools in the area. Come see for yourself.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well, but it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that, and it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
When creating a sustainable future, your choices matter, even your choice of a college. The University of Lynchburg is the first college in Virginia to go carbon neutral. Our dining hall is Green Restaurant certified. We compost all of our food waste and purchase our electricity from landfill gas. Now we're turning a hazardous lake into a thriving urban wetland. When you choose Lynchburg, you leave a smaller footprint while building a better tomorrow.
At the University of Lynchburg, we've lowered our tuition, so you get a better value for a great education. Come see our campus for yourself.
Field turf was built on innovation, dating back to our invention of long-piled infield turf, which revolutionized the industry. Today, we offer a series of game-changing fibers, high-performance infills, sport-specific applications, and smart field technology. Field turf. Let's change the game together.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
This is the dough. It's wicked cute. It's always so pretty.
Studying in college taught me to strive and be the best athlete I can be, but also the best student I can be. My coaches always made sure that the student comes first, because not everyone's going to become a professional athlete. So they make sure that we will do great in academic. I knew that would only open the door to my future, and I'm really excited to start my dream program for physical therapy.
If you want to know your customers, shop where they shop. Live where they live. And spend time with them as neighbors. With over 100 local offices, Virginia Farm Bureau agents are part of your community. If you want insurance from a company that knows you, get to know us.
Well, folks, we have a little bit of an intermission, and so we have a pretty special privilege to be with one of the best personalities on this Lynchburg track team. I don't want to make it a competition, but Mr. Brian Flowers is one of the best guys to get to hang with. Brian, thanks for your time.
I really do appreciate it.
Talk to me just about the vibes. So you win an ODAC championship, obviously hosting another meet now.
Yes,
you know,
sir.
what's it like?
It's great, man. I just love being out here, being at Jack M. Tom's track, you know what I'm saying? Just enjoying the vibes. Nice weather. It's hot, a little steamy, but nothing too bad, you know? I just love being out here. I don't mind it. It's all good. I'll do whatever to be out here.
Well,
Sure.
at this stage of the season, I mean, we have the distance runners on the way. They run 3 seasons a year. You on the track side, you have 2. You know, you've been going since December.
Yeah.
So is the body, do you feel like you have anything left, or is it kind of like time to rest?
It's time to rest. I'm sure I could find something out, you know what I'm saying, figure it out if I needed to race, but there's no need to press on, you know. We got the summer to recoup, go to train, you know, rehab, get back ready for next year, go even harder for sure.
Absolutely. Well, you know, you've been at it a few years now. You're coming back next year. What is that training approach like in the summer? Because, you know, you still have time in the fall where you're going to really start getting back into shape, but what does your summer block look like?
It's more like a lot of lifting, a lot of like explosive work. I'm gonna shout out my coach at home. Shout out to my coach DJ. He gets me right. Love him. We just go in the gym, get stronger. Really, that's about it. A lot of like treadmill work, but like the kind that you like push with your feet, not like the kind you just jog on. So that really helps out with my finish a lot. So yeah, we just go in there. We just go to work, man. We just get strong.
Always, every day, there's got to be something new.
Yes, sir.
We've seen you in a lot of different events. This year, you add in the 400 hurdles.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the toughest events you could add
Yeah.
because you're just using so many different muscles, a different mindset. What was that like? Because we saw you have a really big progression throughout the year. Talk about the confidence.
Man, at first the confidence really wasn't there, but as the season went on, it came with it for sure. As we practiced more, as I went over hurdles more, yeah, it's hard. It's really hard, but I don't think it's harder than the 400 for real, honestly. And that's
wow.
Yeah, I think the 400 is really the hardest race, but it might just because like I'm just a little slow over the hurdles right now. I feel like once I'm
give it a few months.
Once I'm quick over the hurdles, it'll hurt just as bad as the open 4 for sure. I love them both though.
Absolutely, and you know, like you've said, it's definitely different just trying to transition to that. You mentioned it before we got on that you fell in ODAX, and we know you have the speed to where you could be a finalist. And so
for sure,
what is that like just kind of going through trial and error? Because if you're going to be a hurdler, you got to have some bumps and bruises. So what was that like?
It was really hard at first. I talked about it often about how I didn't want to fall, and it was tough, but it was especially tough falling at ODAX when I really wanted to make the finals. You know, it was a lot going on. So it was crazy, but I really appreciated my teammates for picking me up for sure. They was all like the best hurdlers. Every hurdler is gonna fall. So, and I fell. So you know, you just gotta live and learn from your mistakes and just keep going on forward for sure.
Sometimes that's just mark of a champion. You come back next year better and stronger.
Yep.
The 4x4. You know, we have so many tributes to Frank Sorba.
Yep.
We know we've already talked about just some of what last week was like. You're obviously in maybe the most emotional race of the day, and it just happened to be the one that won Lynchburg the race and the meet. What was that like?
It was so exciting, man. All day long, we talked about I was telling everybody, I'm like, it's long because the point situation was rough. We were down for a good moment in that race. I mean, in that whole meet, and that's different for us. We're never usually that far back. So, but I was just telling everybody, like, as long as we stay like close, we keep it close enough to the relay, we're gonna win. Like, that's all I was saying. I was telling the team all day. I was talking to the distance boys. I'm like, y'all get us some points, cause if it's close about a 4x4, I'm telling y'all we're going to win for sure.
Well, and that's just what's cool about the 4x4 in that spot is it was either y'all or W&L. Whoever wins that's coming out with it.
Yep.
And you guys had the upper hand. Now, in the 4x4, we've seen a lot of progress. We know Randolph down across town were the ones to win it. What is that like just being able to continue training and competing in the ODAC because we know there's so much talent on this team?
It's been exciting. I love competing with the ODAC. It's getting better every year. It's getting faster and faster every year. Shout out to Randolph. They're putting together a good squad over there for sure. They're gonna give us competition for sure. But it's good for us. We need that as a team and as a 4x4 squad. So if we want to get better, we just gonna have to compete with the best. So I really appreciate them
for
and
sure.
their greatness.
let's look. This is gonna be a little more subjective. Want to hear your opinion on
Mhm.
this. You've been with Lynchburg for a few years now. Where does this season stand in terms of just ranking them from the moments?
Oh, I don't know. That's hard. That's really hard.
There have been a lot.
Yeah. I mean, this one by far was like the most exciting. I wouldn't say it was the best one that we've had, but I enjoyed how like it was close, cuz as we know, like the past couple years it's been like we've just been winning and it hadn't really been a competition, but this time it really meant something cuz we was going through like a tragedy, and we also was able to come together as a team and really pull it out. So I'm gonna have to say this was one of my favorite seasons for sure, especially how indoor went too.
Right. Yeah, and we look back because it does feel like one season and two at the same time, just with how long it's been. But like you said, I think given the circumstances, this one definitely meant just a little bit more. Now, setting your sights on next season, I know it's hard. It's been a grand total of about 6 days. But what is that expectation for you personally and then for the team?
Man, I don't even know. I'm just excited to see what we can do. I've heard we got a nice recruiting class coming in. I'm just excited. I just hope we can like get bigger and better. We can like maybe take a 4x4, 400 to like nationals or something like that. We're just trying to make the program bigger and better for sure. Just keep going. Win another ODAC championship for sure. But Spreck says he has sights set on bigger things, so that's what I'm excited to hear as well.
That's right. And, every coach that has a vision like that, it's nice to go and be able to compete just knowing that there's confidence all around.
Yep.
Talking about that coaching staff, when you got recruited here, what was that one or two things that just made you tick and say Lynchburg's the spot to be?
For me, I know, like I had went on visits to other schools, but it's just like the facilities here, and I just like the overall like setting of the school. It's all in the mountains. Everybody's close to each other. It's not that big of a community. It's tight knit. I don't know. I just love the vibes here, compared to other places that I could go. Like comparably, like Ferrum, like. I just like Lynchburg. Go Berg, man. So much, it's just better vibes here.
Sometimes it just feels better from person to person. Remind me where you're from.
I'm from Suffolk, Virginia.
Okay, so eastern side.
Yeah.
So how it doesn't affect sprinters as much, and you can correct me on this, but what's training like there compared to coming out here?
Well, it was definitely different. It was definitely different when I first got here, because at home, by the beginning, outdoor, it's nice and warm. It's hot all the time. When I was a freshman and we had the Jack and Toms and it was like 50 degrees, that was tough. That was definitely one of the things that I had to get used to. But I feel like over time, I've gotten used to running in the cold. Like we ran that 316. It was probably like 50-some degrees outside. I would have never imagined that as a freshman. So we ran great that day. So I've just adjusted to it. Home, it's just hotter most of the time. Like June, by the state meet, it's like 1,000,000 degrees.
Oh, it's everywhere in Virginia too. That's tough.
Yeah, for sure. So, and it's been hot. It's been hot recently out here too. So
it has been. Today has been a day that has been hot.
For sure. But yeah, it's just you just adjust. You learn over time. Get used to it.
Absolutely. Well, final few questions. Don't know if you know it at home, but Brian does work for LHSN.
Yeah.
And so this is a question I feel like everybody has to answer if you're working for the network.
Yes, sir.
Favorite sport to work?
Favorite sport to work? That's
on the
so
spot.
hard. This is so hard. I'm gonna have to go with. I don't even know. I have no idea. Maybe. I've been working a lot of baseball and softball lately. I low-key like that. That's new. That's new for me. So.
That's right.
But I think I'm gonna have to go with soccer. I always enjoy the vibes of the soccer games for sure. Like the ODAC tournament, nationals. Was it the national tournament we had here in the fall?
National, yes.
Yeah, that was fun. I enjoy working the soccer games for sure.
I like that. All the outdoor sports.
Yeah,
soaking it up.
For sure.
And it's definitely a season, being at a Division III school, you see a lot of postseasons. It's been fun to see it here at home.
Yep.
And so final question, obviously you will be back next season. You have that role solidified. And being home this season, you've had 3 meets and now technically 4 with that first little bit of the 400 hurdles.
Yes.
What does it mean just to be able to run at your home track?
I love running at home so much. When I was in high school, we never got to run at home. We never had meets in front of like people. We'd have to travel everywhere else because we didn't have that nice of a track. So it's like a dream of mine to be able to run in front of my friends and like family. Like people I go to class with, I see them, they come see me run. Especially the meet we had at the Dennis Craddock when we had the co-red section for the 4x4. I dreamed of stuff like that. I literally did. I was so happy that day that we got to do that. I was so excited, man.
Well, it definitely felt, too, like Dennis Craddock, being more of a distance-heavy first night. It needed just that extra flair, and I think the 4x4 was so much fun.
Yeah.
Just a very different mindset.
Very. It was exciting. I loved it. I was about to say something, but I forgot. But, yeah, I loved it. It was so good. It was it was such a good atmosphere for sure. I loved it.
Absolutely. Always fun in the Berg. Well, Brian, I know everybody else on this team is better because of you being here. Thank you for your time, and keep on running quick.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Ev.
All right, we'll be right back. We got the men's 1500, just a few minutes. You're watching LHSN. Well, folks, the facility records might be sleeping with one eye open because this is going to be blazing. This men's 1500 section features some professional assistants. We'll say that way. We are trying to keep everything clear, but we do have a pair of pacers that have done just about anything and everything in the American distance climate. Of course, we're talking about Cole Hawker and Cooper Tier running with the Nike symbol. And you think about this, right? Like, this is just special because not only have Tier and Hawker gone the distance, done so many things just from an NCAA championship standpoint, competing on the global scale. We know what Cole Hawker did at the Olympics, 6th in that 1500. It's just so special, the fact that they are here in Lynchburg on the University of Lynchburg's track, just because there's so much support for this distance sport. This is something where anytime you get to run with some of the best, it is always going to be special. So running for Nike, they'll be running for the U.S. very soon, just understanding what they're able to accomplish. It's something that we want to make sure that we give full respect to. Again, don't know if they're going to go their full pace, but just for some practical analysis, Hawker comes in with a PR of 3:30. That's 10th in the world right now, 3:36 season best. And, you know, we talk about championships, a former NCAA champ. You understand he has just been sensational, red hot, and hopefully going into Olympic trials and just being ready to go. Cooper Tier, 3:32 personal best from Charlottesville a couple weeks ago. Two-time NCAA champ himself. And the mile record holder in the college landscape. So you understand that the numbers and all the statistics are there. There's not really much else otherwise that would convince you that their resumes are not important. They're going to go out and likely pace this one. They've been training in Blacksburg, and so ready to go here at Lynchburg. And for the rest of the field, you just got to capitalize on what they bring to the table. The rest of the field is still pretty filthy themselves, and we understand this is going to take a very quick pace to be able to get some personal best and mayhaps get past the facility record of 3:41. Ethan Coleman comes in with a 3:41 personal best, the sophomore from Virginia Tech, and just really solid stuff. 1:58 PR last time out. That was a Tech DMR that was 10th in the indoor season. Aiden Tucker running for Southern Virginia, first-team All-American with Syracuse, All-ACC in the steeple as well, and he is just always impressive. You know, he is going to come out and bring his A-plus stuff. Kyle Harkabus of Liberty, 3:42 personal best for first at the Liberty Twilight meet. That was earlier this week, so coming back, you could say doubling back, and just ready to go in that category. Ethan Mills, the man from Christiansburg, 3:43 personal best, running for Virginia Tech, and he has been very solid in his junior campaign, 400 and 800 PRs last weekend. Jason Hunt, the man, the myth, we always say for the local kid, 350 personal best, 3 titles in the ODAC championships, and really just got the Curry 30, the special on the scoreboard. He was able to score 10 points in every event, and Lynchburg certainly needed it. They win the ODACs by just a few points. Sam Laneza, an 8-time All-American, 9-time ODAC competitor. He was 4th in the 800 at the national championships and indoor. He just brings something special to the table every single time. And, you know, in those top 8, yeah, it's a little different. You're not all scoring in this one, but they are special. Ryan Chevalier of Virginia Tech, Hunter Jones and Dylan Lowry running unattached. Robert Rimmel of Virginia Tech and William Jones of VT. That is the 13-man field. It is going to be a blazing one. If you're just joining us, maybe 2 of the best pacers in the game, Cole Hawker and Cooper Tier, going to take this one out. You'll see them on the far inside. Hip number 1 and 2. Strong VT presence, a pair of Hornets in the mix. A few unattached as well, and everybody is just going to come into this one and really start to commit early. We talk about the 1500. You get that straightaway for separation. Who wants it early? We're off and running here in the Hill City Jack M. Toms track, and as anticipated, Pacers up and on their way. Cole Hawker, the man in front. We'll keep our eye on the splits throughout this one. The distance fields are absolutely locked and loaded. You understand what's at stake for so many coming into this one, just getting ready for the Nationals chase at these last chance meets as Hawker leads the charge, coming around 200 at about 30 seconds. Give or take, and now they're just leading the man Ethan Coleman out. He's in a good spot. Coleman, as we said, a 3:41 personal best. Keep your eye on the facility records, folks. This is going to be a tight one. 3:41.58. It was set in 2007. That will be the time to watch. Hawker led out and right around a 44-300 split. They'll roll through the 400 just a little bit under 60. The charge will be on. It's line formation. We talk about maybe a facility record, but you understand in the mix, everybody has fair game at maybe setting some school records, maybe going ahead and doing some special stuff. Of course, talking about Lynchburg, a school that has set a school record almost every single time Hunt and Laneza take the track. Hawker still clinical up front. Right now in the mix, Coleman sitting in first with Ethan Mills right behind him. Took her in the back, and the top three as Harkabis tries to make his move right around 143 with 800 to go. So we will see what this pace shapes up to be. Now inside the final 800, expect a few moves. You hear 158 on the 800 split. So expect it to be tight. That 341 mark might be on the line. Separation, the front six and the rest. This is the time, too, especially for that chase pack. You really have to start getting your wits about you, being smart, making those moves. No one has made a move up front. It's still Hawker and Sear leading the charge as Ethan Coleman sits right behind. They're going to have 400 to go. They're going to hit it right around 242. And here they go. Hawker leading the way. 341, the facility record. What does this squad have in them? You see a little bit of acceleration going into the back straightaway. Hawker taking his own tier, and Hawker will peel off, and here comes Coleman. The charge is on for the quadruplet in the front. Ethan Coleman chasing that 341.90 mark. Tech's going to be in a position they might be able to get it. Just a curve and a straightaway. Here they go. Harkabis has joined the party. Set in a line as they come around the final curve, and it's anybody's game. Watch out for the Flames. Here comes Kyle Harkabis. He ran just a few days ago at the Liberty Twilight. The facility record on the ropes. It's going to be super tight, and Harkabis comes through. He might have gotten it. Is it a time we'll remember for years to come? Kyle Harkabis. Unbelievable. Lynchburg joins the party as well. But Kyle Harkabis, 340.78. Coleman and Mills just in the mix. It was Aiden Zucker who gets 341. Unbelievable. Lynchburg had an incredible time. Sam Laneza and Chasen Hunt, 343. Wow. Folks, they have been on the line to get that top time in the nation for a long time this season. Bennett Booth, Ginthy had it, forget it. Lynchburg stamps 1-2 in the D3 standings. Everybody getting in on the mix, a swarm of Hornets. Wow. that tells you how quick that field was, because for Laneza and Hunt to come up as big as they did, they were almost in the chase pack for the majority of that race. In history continuing to be on its way, a facility record 3:40.78. Anytime you have the pair leading by the name of Cole Hawker and Cooper Tier, you know something special is bound to happen. It sure did here in the Hill City. See the Lynchburg mob on the infield in a week that has just continued to be one of the more emotional ones. We talked about Frank Sorba and the tributes and all the emotions that have gone around. And for Lynchburg to step up in a spot, the biggest one of the season, and capitalize, it's something we won't forget. The Lynchburg school record goes down. Sam Laneza's previous mark, 3:45. Wow. Jason Hunt joins the party as well. Let's give some credit to Kyle Harkabis. An impressive 3:40, and really didn't make his move until the final 100 meters. Everybody will remember this one. And the crazy part is we have another men's 1500 section. You can go back and look at all the splits, all the information on snap timing, but when you understand what these athletes are capable of doing, it is just spectacular. When you understand the full picture, and Lynchburg now sits at the top, 1-2 in the Division III standings. So we head into this second section. It's led by WNL's Chris Ruiz. They got Charles Scharf in the mix as well. Graduate from WNL, ran for Dickinson, 4:05 personal best. Ruiz comes in with a 3:56. Henry Anderson, a 4:20 mile PR coming into this one from DuPont Elite, wearing hip number 3. Rest of the field is Andrew Hernandez, Bennett Cups, Will Griesmer, Josh Fretwell, William Fitch, Caleb Bright, Jackson Mace Maynard, Alex Britton, Zimri Kuhn, Bryson Barnett, Coleman Huggins, and Trent Rivers. Up and away here in this second section, right around 46 seconds. Wow, we're just trying to catch our breath after that last section. And one where, as we mentioned, it just feels like so much is going on, you almost have to figure out who to pay attention to. And after Harkabis breaks the facility record, Sam Laneza breaks the Lynchburg record, and in doing so, sits at the top of the D3 standings going into the Nationals chase. That might switch your mindset when you're discovering what you're going to race at Nationals. Here in the second section, still pretty tight, and it's exactly how that last one started out. You see the long line, not a huge pack, and Charles Scharf is leading the way. He's got his former teammate Chris Ruiz behind him. They're going to be in a good spot, right around 1:49. Scharf was so impressive at WNL. His personal best comes from the WNL Carnival. Was the ODAC 10K champ. And just that season he had with the Generals really made a handprint. He continues to operate. He did his pacing work, so now it's up to Chris Ruiz. Ruiz is one of the guys who will go out and continues to just operate for his team, find the points when they need them. They came up just short at the ODAC championships. But we know this guy has some special stuff. Personal best from the Colonial Relays earlier this year. He was 5th at the ODAC championships, now trying to make a statement and a last chance opportunity. 2:40 on the clock, as you see on your screen. Ruiz sits in a good spot. Josh Fretwell might be making a move on this home straightaway as they get to the finish line. It's still Ruiz with 2:54. Now they have a little bit of time. Caleb Wright also in the mix, and he has really stayed there. But Fretwell, as you see in the red uniform, might be ready to strike on the back straightaway. Ruiz could find the back door and leave it now if he can just continue to extend that stride. 3:56, the mark he's trying to knock down. Already historic 1,500 here in the Hill City, and now Ruiz trying to make another memorable one. Here he comes down the final curve. Oh, and he's going to have this time solidified if he can continue to work on this home straightaway. 3:40 on the clock. Here he comes running home. Fretwell has made his move into second. 4:03 personal best for the grad transfer from Roanoke. Ruiz will get a PR by a second, 3:55. Fretwell goes under 4 with 3:58. Emotions are all over this track. Another stellar set of performances. Wow. 3:55 for Chris Ruiz, 3:57 for Josh Fretwell, and 3:58 for Caleb Wright of Montreat. Unbelievable stuff. We're just trying to dissect it. So we move on to the women's races. You understand that it will still be a lot of emotions, a lot of fast times, some more main characters in the mix. What a time. When you look at the way that these races are shaping up, it just feels like they are not missing a stride the entire way. The women's 1,500 facility record, we'll see if this one goes down. It was 3:41 for the men, 4:23 for the women. And if you watch the men's races, you have to expect that is likely going to be on its way out, or at least a pretty close chase, because the top seed in this one from Rachel MacArthur is 4:07. Again, it might be another pacing assignment. Rachel MacArthur, though, was sensational running under that Southern Virginia squad. She is so good. 109th in the world with that 4:07 mark. Former All-American and really keeping it in-house. The Patriot High School graduate from Bristow. Rachel MacArthur has been so impressive. And we will just continue to see her lead the charge in this one. Callie Doan, another one from Liberty, who has really led a charge. 4:15 personal best, 11th in the steeple at the 2023 NCAA Championships, the former ASUN champion. Allie Zeeland, the Liberty Flames commit, former cross-country national champion in the high school championships. She is really on a roll, and now trying to extend that personal best seed time of 4:17. Annika Urban of Emory, a 4:19 PR coming into this one, the 1,500 national champ in 2023, and she's wearing hip number 4. Say that again. You think about how deep this field can be. It is just sensational. See who will be towing the line. Rest of the field, Ava Hasbrock of Virginia Tech, Star Price of VT, Kayla Werner of Lynchburg, Reese Bradbury running unattached, Mahaley Kronk of Montreat, Lauren Massey of Lynchburg, Dylan Garcia of Montreat, Dina Ludke of East Coast Elite, Mackenzie Fitzgerald of Milligan, Addie Avera of WNL. They're off and running here in the fast section of the women's 1,500. Might pay a little more attention to the middle of this section again, because we saw what happened with the facility record, but don't forget that Lynchburg earned 1 and 2 in Division III. With that last set of 1,500s on the men's side, might we see some more history in this one? MacArthur's leading the way. She's going to stay in a good spot. The pack staying intact, and Star Price, the one in front for Virginia Tech. Price comes in with a 4:23 personal best, first at the Colonial Relays with that time. And you just got to stay on MacArthur in this situation. You know the pace is going to be picture perfect. It will just come down to the back half execution, something that we saw on the guys' side in both heats. Something that really separated good from great. Right around 111, 112 in the 400. MacArthur staying so composed in the front. You wonder who's going to be the one to join Price. This is a big spot for so many just to come out and a last chance meet, and for many of the D1 opponents get ready for the conference championships and start to deliver. Callie Doan has now entered the picture in second. Allie Zeeland sticking in third. And so you know that that move is going to be made probably sooner rather than later. 2:03 on the clock. And a little bit of separation now with MacArthur starting to take off a bit. Star Price occupying what will be the first spot by the time the pacing work is done. Here comes the move on the outside. You see Callie Doan makes her move, starting to recommit. Allie Zeeland goes with her. Doan, the senior, Zeeland, the high school senior, making her way to be a Liberty Flame. The pace is on now. It's all about hanging on, and Callie Doan is doing just that. It's going to be a tight final lap. You expect the pacing work to be done right around 300 out on that back curve. Right now, Doan still sitting in a fantastic spot. Talked about the PR, 4:15. What will she have to close in is the question as she approaches the line. MacArthur gets them through in 3:11. It's going to have to be right around a 1:04 if Callie Doan wants to make something special. Folks, don't rule out some of that back half excellence. Kayla Werner chasing a 4:32 personal best. You got to watch your D3 rankings in that category. But right now on your screen, it's Doan and Zeeland. The Liberty battle going down, and here comes Allie Zeeland making her move. No pacing left with just 200 to go. 3:48 on the clock. And now the separation we might have anticipated. Allie Zeeland has really shown us what it's about to be one of the top high schoolers in the nation, and now she's heading home. Final 100 meters, 4:07 now. It's going to be a big-time result as Allie Zeeland chases it down. 4:25 personal best, and is going to roll through in 4:17, 4:18. Another facility record in the Hill City. Wow. Make it 2 in a row, and after what was a very speedy men's section, Allie Zeeland will not be outdone. 4:17.78 for the personal best. 4:19 for Callie Doan. She came into this one with a 4:15 personal best just off that, but you talk about just the execution and consistency. Ava Hasbrock runs 4:22 for third. Wow. Up and down the board, stellar results. You can find all of that information online at Snap Timing. But what a pair of races. How much history can you write? Get your journals out. You might just start ripping pages out of the record book because it feels like there's always something else. Obviously, a lot of this history pertains mostly to the Lynchburg side of things, but we do know that there have been some personal bests in the mix. That shows just the level of excellence Virginia Tech brings to the table some of these times. Don't forget, and what happened with that men's race with Arquebus setting the tone for Liberty. It just seems like everybody has been in a great spot. We don't really have much time to take a breath because the 3K steeple will be on the way momentarily. Set for a 7:50 start time. Might be a minute or two after. Wow. So if you're just joining us on LHSN, you can go back and watch. The men's 1500 goes down with Kyle Harkabis getting the victory, led by Cole Hawker and Cooper Tier doing the pace work. And then very stellar stuff on the women's side is Allie Zealand, who already had one facility record this season, sets another. And she just keeps the times rolling. It really is becoming a habit, a way of life for Allie Zealand to go out and crush the numbers. Liberty is getting a really good one. When you look at some of the commits, you understand what's at stake. It's just very special to be able to keep that talent in-house. Zealand runs for Coach Jake Reed's Pacers squad, a homeschool team that has just continued to really start defying expectations on the high school level. And so now as we get prepped for the 3K steeplechase, we expect nothing short of spectacular. It's hard to really capture the energy of somewhere that has been so animated the entire time. You know, people are just ready to go, having fun in the process. Everyone getting the steeplechase set. They'll make a few moves to the barriers before we can begin. If you are interested in this meet, maybe you're a Lynchburg fan wondering, well, why is it being run? We thought Dennis Craddock was the final time this season. Well, let's add one more. The Hill City Twilight is essentially a last chance meet. Opportunity for times before the national championships. Some special stuff that you can hit and obviously set yourself up for the postseason. Sam Laneza and Chasen Hunt did just that, going 1-2 in D3. And in school record time. Nationals will be on the way from Myrtle Beach for the Division III squads. And as we've mentioned already, a lot of D1 still waiting for the conference championships. The ACC championships will be on the way from Atlanta. Just about a week. The steeplechase will be an event that certainly does not disappoint. This is one of those events where it will go women and then men. It switches just with the barrier heights. This will obviously come down to another potential facility record. You don't want to sound like a broken record, but we've had so many broken records, we might as well just keep talking about it. And this women's steeplechase, an event that has just competed in the outdoor season. You understand that on an indoor track, you really struggle to have a water barrier in that. Now, if you do have one, you might have to contact us because Lynchburg might be booking a trip there. That would be pretty revolutionary. But we are having fun around the outdoor oval, Jack M. Tom's track. Don't forget, if you are a Hornets fan, that the Men's Lacrosse Championship in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference on the way tomorrow. You can catch all that action right here at 2 o'clock from Schellenberger Field as Lynchburg takes on Randolph-Macon, trying to avoid some history as the Yellow Jackets get to the ODAC Championship for the first time in their program's existence, and Lynchburg trying to add another to a very impressive resume. Coach Kadelka will try to get it done for the Hornets squad that has certainly exceeded expectations. Let's go ahead and get set for this women's 3K steeplechase. As we have already mentioned, so much to keep in mind. It will feature 4 athletes, at least on the first preview heat sheet. We're going to make our way over online to the women's 3K steeplechase. It is 4 athletes that we have competing in this one. We'll see if they all 4 show up to the line. It is led by Lila Waters of Virginia Tech. She will be the one to watch. She comes into this one in a very comfortable spot, despite it being her first official steeplechase as a freshman. She does have a 9:35 3K personal best. She is slated at 10:30 on the seed time for this one. We'll see what she has in store. Kristen Werner of Lynchburg, also a freshman, coming into this one and making her steeplechase debut at 10:40 3K in the indoor season, 9th at the ODAC Championships. Chase Kapler of Virginia Tech, 10:06 personal best for 6th at the 2022 ACC Outdoor Championships. She ran 10:36 at the 2023 Championships. And then Mary Kate McGranahan of VT, 16th at the Wake Forest Invitational with a 10:31 personal best. Trio of Hokies and Kristen Werner for Lynchburg. We've mentioned how for Lynchburg being a D3 school that has already gone through its conference championship, a lot of these events now are almost more just about exploring and getting used to different events. Well, that's what Kristen Werner is doing today, literally testing the waters. We'll see what she has in store, but the trio of Hokies up front is going to be very impressive. We'll see how long that they can stick together, too. We know we already talked about it being Lila Waters' first steeplechase. But a little bit of separation between Kapler and McGranahan's personal best, about 26. Sorry, we'll have to do the quick math. 25-second difference between Kapler and McGranahan. And so we will see what is in store. There is some D3 representation in that front pack. Mary Kate McGranahan is a transfer from Amherst, Massachusetts. 11th at the D3 Outdoor Championships when she was running up north, and so we know that her resume is pretty established. Here come the Hokies. Lila Waters sitting in front. You can tell a little heightened urgency as well from McGranahan. And those lime spikes. Everybody nowadays wearing the Nikes. Started to see On have some of their own spikes. If you are into the shoe conversations, maybe you can start hitting up the comments and discussing among yourselves. It is so cool to see different brands represented. We know Nike has really almost gotten a chokehold on everything else. We see the name that is affiliated with Cole Hawker and all of them from earlier today. Here's McGranahan. Look at those barriers, just so impressive. She's going to extend early. There aren't many extra steps. You can tell when you're really a seasoned steeplechase runner, and it just shows in how you attack your approach every single time. As we see, the water jump works in favor of Lila Waters, fitting enough as she moves around the curve. But McGranahan is really showing some momentum. The other parts of this race, who's going to have the backstretch to do it? We mentioned Kristen Werner was running in this race. I think it was just from a meet legality standpoint. We talked about it earlier today. You got to have so many events contested, so many runners to be able to have an official meet that includes legal times. And so Kristen Werner, I don't think, attacked the water barrier. Now, that would have been a very impressive sign if you're going past your coaches and saying, oh, no, let me handle this one. But it is an event that takes just a little bit of training. It's a little bit different than everything else you see here in the steeplechase with 4 laps to go. If you're just joining us, it has been a very historic start to this meet. You already saw some facility records, and the 1500 had the sprint events a little earlier on here in this women's steeplechase. It'll be followed by the men, and then the final events of the day are the 800, 5K, and 4x400. Still McGranahan in front. She's really led the charge, the Amherst transfer. Waters in second, and then still not completely out of it. Maybe a chance to re-engage a little bit is Chase Kapler, the senior for VT. Hokies have a rich tradition in track and field. You know, they're always competing in the ACC, really a shot at earning some titles. Healthy mix of local talent from the Commonwealth and then also going elsewhere. You know, a compliment to the trio out there right now. They're really not making this event look too difficult, and it's one of those that can really get out of hand in a hurry. Composure so far from McGranahan. That personal best coming in, 10:31. We will see what she has in store. Really extended stride. A lot of hurdlers you'll see, and it's not just in the distance side of it, and we say distance, meaning the 400 hurdles, but of course the high hurdles, you really have to extend and get out. Still smooth sailing thus far. Lila Waters has a very impressive leaping ability. We'll see on that water hurdle if she is able to equalize a little bit later. But 6:19 on the clock with 3 laps to go. And now it's starting to be crunch time for the Hokies. Certainly we'll have to start moving sooner rather than later. You see a little extra urgency from McGranahan up front. You can start counting your barriers when you hit the final few laps, and that's when it can almost be dangerous if you get a little too complacent because you're always so tired. Legs are going to be zapped at this stage of the race. That 1 foot wet mentality, keeping every jump calculated. So separation between the trio and the pack. McGranahan will only have to test this water barrier 2 more times after this one on the right side of it. And you can tell it is really going to start heating up in a hurry. That facility record, something that we might have to keep an eye on. 10:45.58. Does McGranahan have it in her? Going to be in a big spot with 2 laps to go, right around 7:43, 7:44. Everything to play for, even when the sections are smaller. Watch this, maybe another facility record on the way. This one would be even more impressive, really a solo effort. Just to try and get close to that personal best. McGranahan flying down the back straightaway. Waters in second. The 1-2 punch has been intact the entire way. And then Kapler in third. See on your screen, Lila Waters going to take another water jump and be just 1 away now. And crunch time on the way. So McGranahan down the home straightaway. 10:31 that mark, and looks like it's still a little bit behind. We'll see how much she has left on this final lap. 9:07. Now you just got to roll. That attack mentality, and you have coaching around the track, everybody engaged around the oval, but it is just McGranahan and the barriers from here. VT can come to these meets and put on a clinic in a hurry. They have really started solidifying some special performances. Goes all around the nation. for McGranahan, the former Amherst runner. 10:31 personal best. Now just 200 out. Here comes that water barrier. And we talked about what is on the line with the steeple facility record. 10:45, the time to watch. And here comes McGranahan. It's not going to stop her this time. A chance at a personal best. Keep rewriting the board here in the Hill City. It is all go from here. Mary Kate McGranahan putting on a stellar showing in a 10:32 to roll through the line. Lila Waters going to come through in second, 10:46. So we look with a few of the athletes really getting close to personal best. We know that Waters was in her first official steeple. Kapler is going to roll through right around 11:07. That will end the effort for the trio. So the men's race on the way. Expected start time was 8:05, and we are at 8:06, so you should anticipate them to roll out pretty quickly. This men's section will also feature 4 athletes. All 4 are present and ready to go. So same dynamic, 7.5 laps will be Colin Duran. The top seed in this section comes in with a 9:25 personal best, 3:53, 1,500 PR last time out. So he's in really good spot, building momentum in his freshman season for the Hokies. Ethan Witt of Pfeiffer, someone else to keep your eye on. 10:06 personal best, 3rd at the USA South Outdoor Championships. Cooper Hurst for Lynchburg, also in the mix. Hurst comes into this one and in a really good spot. 9:22 personal best from the Colonial Relays, the 2024 ODAC champ in the 3K steeplechase. And then Aiden Tooker, 8:35 personal best at Syracuse, and that number certainly will stick out. We'll see if he runs this one the full way. If he does, watch that facility record, because it could quickly creep out of the picture. Formerly 4th at the NCAA Championships, All-American, 13:48 5K. So it's just all around impressive stuff. We will wait and see what his intention is with this race. If he goes at it in a full-fledged effort. The Hill City Twilight. Certainly a fun one thus far. A lot of athletes can really tune in their focus on 1 or 2 events, start hitting those times as they prep for the postseason. Waiting just momentarily for the gun to fire on this one. 3 events to go after this one. 800 5K 4x4. That will bring us home. Expected end time was around 9:30. We'll see if that stays true to form. Just a couple minutes behind at this stage. There was a long intermission between the sprint side of things and that 1500. Really feels crazy that at this stage we've already gone through 3 hours. But this is the final track meet from the University of Lynchburg, we think. Barring any late changes, this was really an alteration that was added to the schedule, so you never know. But it would be a pretty good indicator that this is it, being a last chance meet. Some impressive results all around. We'll see what this one ushers in. The men's 3K steeplechase. Remember that barrier, the water barrier at least, on the first lap is not in effect, so you see them go around the curve quickly in a good spot. It's just going to be smooth operation. That's what you want in a race like this. Ethan Witt gets out and leads the charge. It's actually Tooker who's out in front. Colin Duran sits in second, and you could kind of tell with the urgency too. Certainly looked like the mark of someone who was trying to hit that pace quickly. Here in the PA system, 7th at the U.S. Championships. And the athletes who are pacing and helping at this meet, you can really tell, have left their mark on the entire U.S. track and field climate. First chance to really see the water barrier. Have to imagine with the way that Tooker was able to run at Syracuse, you know some of the accolades. It is just so impressive. Hip numbers were switched, I think, so Tooker, it looks like, has hip number 2. If you are online looking at results, it will be number 1. He will try to take Duran and Hurst to a good time. Will be nice after the season is all said and done, and a lot of other schools can attest to this as well, but to be able to sit down and find out the full record book, you know, so many will be broken at this stage of the season. You've had a lot of home meets, so maybe facility records are also in the conversation. Steeplechase may be one of the toughest events that you will see around the oval. So much in play, so many variables that will really start to matter. Right now, Tooker just comfortable in front. Doesn't even lay an inch on that barrier. So smooth over the top. 3:06. So they've rolled through the first 1K, and now it's really up to Cooper Hurst in that third spot if he wants to stay connected to that pack. You know, the longer you do, the better chance you have in this one. Sometimes you just have to go for it, and we'll see where Hurst is sitting, especially in the D3 rankings. Those hurdles, as this race goes on, can really be a good indicator and a good separator. You see some of these athletes who commit to the pace, and that's not really the tough part. It's just executing and keeping form in a good spot throughout the race. You see as every single barrier comes into play, that's going to be the question that this squad grapples with. Tooker is still looking clinical up front and has been consistent. So Duran and Hurst sitting in a good spot with 4 laps to go, right around 4:19. Execution will really start to matter now. It is down to the nitty-gritty. Talked about some of the events coming up. You can find all that information online at Snap Timing. 800s are set to start around 8:20, so from here on out, it's probably a rolling schedule if they stay behind. Here comes Tooker. Just a few water jumps left, and they're still looking relatively easy at this stage. For Colin Duran, the man who is certainly trying to sit in a good spot, he will be the one in the lead if Tooker doesn't cross the line, assuming this is a pacing assignment. You know that he wants to really make a big mark, 9:25 personal best. And as a freshman, just continues to show us what he is capable of doing. There are going to be a lot of personal best in your freshman season just for the fact that you have not run those times before. But it is also just a testament to the training when you continue progressing late into the outdoor season. You're past your first or second races. So they'll come up with 2 laps to go, and they have just continued to keep that pace strong. You see Tooker working now on the outside, maybe a few words of encouragement. Looks like his pacing duties will be over as Colin Duran takes over. 6:43 on the clock. And now it's time. That heightened urgency, you see Duran takes off. Cooper Hurst just has to stay in the ballpark and keep working to a personal best. Duran so quick over the barriers. You wonder how much is left in the tank too, because it has been a race where you just certainly set yourself up for success, being able to have someone take the win for you in front. The men's steeplechase. We've already seen all the facility records, all the hype. 8:05 mark is the one to watch, and this one, 9:16. It started at 8:05. I was going to say that is an otherworldly time if you're running 8:05 for a steeplechase. 9:16 is your men's 3K steeplechase facility record, and Duran's in a great spot with 7:55. Maybe a shot at that personal best. Here they come one final time. Duran, a 9:25 personal best. He is going to rewrite that one if he can just continue rolling in this final lap. The Hokies have been on fire so far. It's that stage of the season. It starts to matter. You have really got to be using your A+ stuff. Duran is just that. And Cooper Hurst also keeping things quick behind. Don't forget Ethan Witt potentially on personal best trajectory. Here comes Duran with everything in front of him, and he will solidify another facility record. 9:16 will go down as Duran flies through. It was a 9:25 personal best. Cooper Hurst is going to get another one as well. Big time stuff, and Hurst finishes right around 9:09. Unreal stuff all around. You see another swarm from the infield is going to come around. 9:08 was that steeplechase school record for Lynchburg. Hurst just a second off from Connor McCroy's time. Number 22 in the nation for Division III. Cooper Hurst has been showing us what he's been able to do all season. You see Ethan Witt now a chance to tighten it up and get close to that personal best. What a time, though, all around. It was such a race that even with the pacing work up front, it just felt like everyone was controlling their own destiny. Tooker did the work just to get them to a good spot to do so, and then Duran took off with a few laps to go. Men's steeplechase continuing to keep on rolling. We'll get set and head on to the 800. Pacers up front or back. For Lynchburg, it has been a record-setting day, and even on some of the times that weren't, you're getting so close. Hurst was off by a second, gets that personal best by about 14 seconds, and we already know what Duran did. Came into that one with a 9:25 PR. So now on to the fast section of the 800. A lot to really dissect. 149.04 is the facility record set by Tor Ho-Sung Davidson. Just keep on knocking them off. We'll see if another one is on the way. Men's 800 features Cooper Tier and Cole Hawker doing the pace work up front. If you're just joining us, it is a privilege to have them on the Lynchburg track here in Jack M. Toms. They have been sensational. Wish them the best of luck in Olympic trials, everything that is coming up. So much in store. Matt Wisner also in the mix here in this men's 800. That is a very quick one as we anticipate. And in a race like this, you know that 149 is that time that we're looking at. You really just got to commit early. Wisner, 148 personal best in college. 147 PR, just outside the top 200. See many of those top times for the top three all in that mix here. Lane starts. Ben Nagel also entering the picture. Previously ran for Virginia Tech, running for Southern Virginia today. Nicholas Plant of Virginia Tech. Victor Edhammer running unattached. Dylan DeCambre of Virginia Tech. Andrew Schroff of Virginia Tech. And Brendan Pitcher of Liberty. And you're saying, well, there's 9 athletes. How's that going to work with lane starts? Well, it will be Tier and Hawker sharing lane 1, it looks like. We will see how they get this one out. You know, personal best, when you look at some of these times, are dipping right around 147, 148 range. That would be enough for a new facility record. It's going to be quick. Don't know what the pacing assignment will be. Could end up being 600. So here we go, getting set. Could really be anybody's game. And it's just got to start. And getting a really nice opening 200. It's easier to do so in lanes. We're off and running. Long hold, here we go. So you're going to see this separation early. Little urgency from Tier on the inside just to make sure that he gets out in front. We'll see where the rest of the pack sits off the line. And there is Cooper Tier leading the charge. Virginia Tech is going to be the ones to watch. The Hokies have been so good. Right around 27 through the opening 200. And now you can just see the extension. It is a fast start. This is going to be some unbelievable stuff. Virginia Tech is in the mix. Here's Nicholas Plant leading the way, 52 in the opening lap. This is fiery. 144 pace if they held on. You know, it's just going to be how much you have left in the tank. The final part of this race, Nicholas Plant in a fantastic spot. The Hokies well represented, and 200 to go. The pacing work is done. Here comes Tech. Around the curve, rest of the pack trying to find their way into the picture. I don't think Plant's going to let them. One straightaway to go and everything to go for. Look at the separation up front. Nicholas Plant going to drop an incredible 146. Facility record will go down again, and this one's not even close. Wow. 13th in Division I, as you see on your screen, and it was not close. Wisner 147, Pitcher 148. Wow. You think about the way that that race played out, and the entire time Plant was the one that was really staying close to Hawker. There was no separation when the Pacers left the track, and able to do just enough to finish that one out. So keep it rolling. They made that one look about as pedestrian as it's going to get. A sprint at the end from the chase pack. A lot of personal best in the mix. Now we head to the second section. Calvin Holman of Bridgewater, 154 personal best. Be the man with hip number 1, fourth at the ODAC Outdoor Championships at home for that one. Dylan Aryeh running unattached. Ruchin Blau of Montreat. Cody Thompson of Randolph definitely has had a fantastic season for the Wildcats. Has just continued progressing and earning new PRs. Bellamy Emanuel, another guy in-house in the ODAC who is sensational. He'll run a lot of different events. Thompson and Emanuel are very familiar with each other. They will often toe the line against each other. Amberson Bauer of DuPont Elite, Xavier Turner of Bluefield, Ryan Chevalier of VT, and Zach Moore of Washington and Lee. Awaiting the start here in the second section. They will go into lanes and get things rolling. Jack M. Tom's track, the site for the Hill City Twilight. So you have really gone into the full stadium light mode now. Sun is down. Hopefully for the athletes' sake, a little bit cooler. It was 89 degrees when we got things started. Can heat up in a hurry here in the Virginia May. And here we go. We'll see who separates on the first curve. Really hard to wait and determine. It looks like Blau Montreat's going to be in a good spot coming off. A lot of athletes in the mix. Aryeh is also going to be close. Here's the move on the outside as they go into 200, right around 26, 27 seconds. Very similar to the last section. Will string out quick and maybe some more separation in this one from front to back. We will see who has it in store. Tech in a great spot as well. Looks like Chevalier, the one going to get done for the Hokies. Wow, this pace is fast. 53 seconds. Gets out very similar to the last one. Do they have enough on this back lap to emulate some of that success? Aryeh is going to try and join Chevalier. You get out on an island, sometimes it can be close. He is just doing the pacing work, so it will be Aryeh now in the lead. Chevalier does perfectly. And here comes Cody Thompson. Hill City representation. Thompson just continues to rewrite the PRs, the Randolph record book. And here he comes now. It's a battle for first in the second section. Aryeh has the inside. Cody Thompson's going to work. Quick movement on the outside. A sprint now to the finish. And Aryeh might just have enough. It's going to come around and right around 150, 151. We'll wait for the official time. 151.04 for Aryeh and 151.58 for Cody Thompson. Amberson Bauer joins the podium, 152.86. Top three. And the second of three sections. Believe it's the only event that has three sections. And both have been quick. We're running out of adjectives and superlatives to throw the athletes' way because, wow, it has just been one of those days that you'll see on the record board for a long time to come. When you say that Cole Hawker and Cooper T are coming to your track meet, they're probably the ones you'd expect to have on your record board, but they're just doing the pacing work. They've done it rather efficiently, and it's really that good old alley-oop adage. They are just setting everyone else up for success. So third and final section of this 800 features Ben Aris running unattached, Glody Mavovi of UNCG, Bryson Barnett running unattached. That is your trio. Three athletes will try to get out quickly. We'll see what they have in store. The final section of the men's 800. Mavovi out quickly. So a little bit of separation. And now off the brake line, this is the question mark. It's how much do you have? How can you compete alone in this one? Because unlike the first two sections, not a lot of heavy traffic. Mavovi's going to have to do this one on his own. Does have company from Aris. It is so difficult to be able to go out and find consistency in the 800. One of the events that takes a while to start heating up, especially in the indoor season for athletes who are just coming back in the first few weeks. Might not see that full progression, and even for cross-country athletes who dip down into the 800s, you know that you're really in a spot that takes some time. You're endurance-based. Got to get out and be ready to go. It looks like that is what Mavovi is doing for UNCG. And just 300 to go, 1:13 on the clock. The freshman showing us what he can do. And now it is a solo effort up front. Third section, just three athletes, and now it's time to go. Mavovi inside the final 150, 137. This could be a very solid result. Chance to dip down into the 150s. Smooth like butter down the home straight. It'll be right around 159. So Mavovi dips under 2. Bryson Barnett enters the picture. He's going to end up in second, right around 207. RS 208 for third. That is the end of the men's 800, a very entertaining one. Don't blink. Crazy part is that the women's races are on the way and expect much of the same. It just seems like you gotta expect the unexpected. And here in this women's 800 will be one to pay attention to, with Lindsey Butler of Virginia Tech leading the way. 201 personal best, 205 for second at the Virginia High Performance. That was last time out. ACC champ, 7th, the NCAA D1 Indoor Championships. Yeah, you got the resume down pat after that. Rachel MacArthur, a 204 personal best at Colorado. We mentioned some of what she was about earlier today. So impressive, running for Southern Virginia, 320th in the world. Hannah Balloway of Virginia Tech, a 204 personal best, 16th at the ACC Indoor Championships. We'll try to keep it rolling here. Do it in a big way. Balloway has not shown, so she is not in this race. So it moves on to Elizabeth Coe of Virginia Tech. First official 800 for the Hokies, so we'll see what she is able to do here in her freshman campaign. Jennifer Hess Team Haiti, 212 personal best. And then Hannah Edwards coming in for Lynchburg in her freshman campaign at 216 personal best, second at the ODAC Championships. It's a quick section. If you talk to anybody before the races today, they knew what was at stake. They knew this is when it starts to matter, and you see it opening up early. MacArthur leads the way. Two distinct packs now, the two in front, the chase in the back, and this is really where it just pays to be persistent. Stay true to that pace. The rest will really be uncovered in the puzzle. It's MacArthur leading the way. Tech still sitting in a great spot with Lindsey Butler. We'll see what Butler can do. It's a 1 minute 400. Wow. Now it's going to come down to the legwork down the stretch. This is going to be impressive. Facility record coming into this one, 2:08. And Lindsey Butler has different plans. The pace work is done, and now it is just Butler down the back straightaway. Trying to split as close to even as she can, right around 131. Still rolling into the curve. And here come the Hokies once again. Lindsey Butler, 2:01 personal best. The top 10 in the nation in the indoor season. And now booking it home. Pencil out the record marks or forget it. Maybe get your Sharpie out because this one's going to stick for a long time. Lindsey Butler, 2:02. Talk about consistency, and look at that. The Hokies once again rolling through 2:11, and Hannah Edwards is going to get a personal best. Everybody bringing their A game. It was Elizabeth Coe with 2:11 for second, 2:15 for Hannah Edwards in third. Facility records have really seemed weak after this meet because, my goodness, it is event after event that people are rolling them This time, Lindsey Butler of Virginia Tech. So the Hokies have brought their A game. We're moving on to the second section for athletes. Caitlin Domini of Milligan, Lauren Thomas of Lynchburg, Alelia Seifa of EMU, and Rachel Delaney of Milligan. One is not present. We will wait to corroborate it is one of Milligan's athletes. So a three-person race. Lauren Thomas, a 2:18.99 personal best. We'll see what she can be able to accomplish. A 2:21 for sixth at the ODAC Outdoor Championships, coming off the Lynchburg women's soccer team and has had a stellar senior campaign. A Seifa, someone else in the mix from EMU time after time, has just come out and competed at Jack M. Tom's track, 2:25. Seed time she will try to eclipse. And then Domini is the one who did not show. So it is Rachel Delaney, the other one in this race for Milligan, the junior with a 2:28 seed time. So Lauren Thomas is going to be the one who has to really lay the foundation early, the high seed in this section. Remember, we touched on it a little bit earlier, being a smaller meet, you didn't really get your full entry sheet until about the day before. A lot of changes, and so matter of fact, as we continue rolling through the 800s, Lauren Thomas, smooth striding so far. She's just continuing to add to the resume at this point. What a season to come in your first track season and score for the Hornets, a team that is very accustomed to changing records, to really laying some special foundations. Lauren Thomas has done that. The training has been there. Now it is just time to celebrate it on the final lap. 300 to go. Thomas, as we said, comes into this one with a personal best of 2:18. She'll have to essentially do it alone if she wants to get close on the back stretch. She's going to have a shot. Will have to be some extra urgency, though. It would have to be a pretty quick final half, or final 200. Here comes Thomas. Around the curve, still in the ballpark for that PR. Seifa is in second, Delaney's in third, but here comes Lauren Thomas. Like it or love it, Lynchburg's having a day, and it has been up and down the roster. Thomas is going to bring this one home right around 2:21. Seifa will get 2:23. Big time stuff under that seed time of 2:25, and then Delaney 2:27. So the trio running the good times. We're keeping it rolling, and that will conclude the 800s. Very quickly, we'll be transitioning into the 5K, followed by the 4x4, and that will finish things up. So we're going to take a very quick break before we get started on the other side with the men's 5K. back in the Hill City, and just about time for the men's 5K. Your little pacing squad is back. They have had some fun. They are in training. Cole Hawker, Cooper Tier, Aiden Tooker, all in the mix. Well, listen, it's been a pretty special day so far, and I don't want to use all of our excitement yet because I have a feeling we might not be done with the record setting. Another event that will pose some problems as this one is underway. One section of both the men's and women's races. You know, it's fitting that we mention Cooper Tier's U.S. Cross Country Championship from this year at Pole Green Park. Got it done in a big way and on the track 13:06 personal best from Palo Alto in 2022. 13:06. He will lead the way in the pacing work for this one. Cole Hawker follows right behind. We've already talked about what he's been able to do. 6th place in the 1500 at the Tokyo Olympic Games. Looks like Aiden Tooker, who's the 3 seed, is going to just try and pace the middle of the pack. Maybe get some extra engagement. You saw that little move, almost to move right into the middle of the navy shirt on your screen. See some camera work on the infield. You got everybody showing their attention to the men up front. But let's go ahead and talk about the rest of this field. It's a pretty good one. Arnav Tiki, a 14:28 personal best from Raleigh. The junior from Virginia Tech has gotten stuff done in big ways. That'll be the time to beat. Trevor Mason, 14:30 personal best from Virginia Tech. The sophomore has 4 straight personal bests. He is continuing to roll, and then the Tech trio up front is complete with Sam Hubert, 14:35 PR. That was set at the Wake Forest Invitational. Rest of the field is Ethan Stammy of Montreat with Caleb Potter of Montreat, Sawyer Helms of Pfeiffer, Jamie Heigl running unattached, Jacob Gregory running unattached, and Mason Rudell of UNCG. Separation early. You got 7 in that front pack, 3 of whom are likely pacing this one. So Tiki in the front for Tech will lead the way right around 2:17 through 800. We've been echoing stuff with the PA system throughout the day, so trying to see how much you hear. We know Mr. Cutright, as we said, on the PA system does a fantastic job. Let's just see how long that this stays engaged, because Tech, from a training perspective, knows they want to keep this thing tight as long as possible. It'll really just come down to how long these pacers stay in this race. Do you have confidence? But right now, Hawker leading the charge, and right around 3:25. Rolling up front. Mentioned the time for Tiki that he'll be looking at is 14:28. Tier, Hawker, and Tooker have all gone under 14 minutes. This pace will feel pretty comfortable. And just 200 out from that mile split. Be 9 laps to go. Hill City Twilight. Everybody has just really reinvented what success looks like on this track, and that's a big testament to Lynchburg's record-setting stuff. It's a great time to be in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. We haven't focused on it as much today, being a meet that features NAIA and D1 competition. But it is still so impressive just to see the attention it attracts. 4:32 through the first mile. A little bit of back and forth up front, and so it is Tier who is leading the charge. Tiki is still sitting pretty comfortably in that front spot. It doesn't mean much yet for the Hokies because it is going to really start once these Pacers are out of the mix. Tiki, Mason, and Hubert, the guys to watch. The rest of the field is separated out behind them. So what was once a chase pack and a lead pack has really turned into the lead pack and everybody else. But obviously it's still not saying that there are times that can't be run. You got personal bests that can certainly happen. Beautiful weekend in the Hill City. Finals week at many schools has already concluded. It hasn't even started here at the University of Lynchburg, but it is test time everywhere, both in the classroom and on the track. They've looked really consistent, and it's just a testament to the training up front. You know how many miles go into it. When you've been in the moment before, it just feels that much easier to go out and operate on a consistent basis. Right around 6:14 with 7 laps to go. All those splits on the other side of the track, that's where the 5K starts. The longer that you sit in this race, and especially just allow this pack to stick together, you have to send some confidence. You understand that you know you are really close to that time, and when you're looking at 14:28, that 14:30 benchmark, it is a time that could definitely be on the ropes, and it's going to be set for all three Hokies. 14:28, 30, and 35, the three PRs for that group. So the squad makes their way around. See Hawker in front, then Sear, then Tiki. Mason is following directly behind Tiki. We might see the move on the outside from Sam Hubert. Content just to stick for now. If you're the Hokies, that's what you have to do. Just continuing to rock and roll. Still a little bit until we start getting into those second splits. Pacers up front and Tooker are all out of the mix. So here you go, Virginia Tech on a one-on-one-on-one, and it's going to start with Arnov Tiki, the junior who has just been really sensational for Tech. So many of their recruits have been so strong. Longevity has been on display. It's just about balance as well. Not overcomplicating any of the times. On a great pace so far. Back straight away, and this is that separation, so it did stay intact. It didn't really take a lap to separate everybody in the back straightaway. I don't want to say they're out of it. The Hokies can re-engage, but right now it is Arnov Tiki. Smart just to commit to the pace, and 9:06 through 2 miles. 4:33 pace for the leader. We will see what they have left. You're going to start having traffic now from the back section of this heat. Here in this men's 5K. It's been pretty much 108s the entire way. That one maybe a touch slower for Tiki, 109 that last lap, but you still have just a few left. Can get to the finish line rather quickly. Definitely some wheels on this Tech squad. Trevor Mason in second, Sam Hubert in third. Just separated the trio by 4 seconds. That was at that 3,400 split, though. We've seen a little bit more of a gap start to be extended with every lap. Here comes Tiki out in front. Very few question marks left. Now it's just 3 laps. Stellar work to the finish. 1,200 to go. So this one's starting to open up. We know the personal best all separated by 7 seconds up front. Should note Ethan Stammy is in 4th right now. Obviously the rest of the pack a little more separated, but it has been kept intact. Don't want to say the wheels have fallen off yet. Sawyer Helms of Pfeiffer. Caleb Potter of Montreat, Mason Rudell of UNCG round out this section. Right now up front it's Tiki's Toulouse. See smooth sailing in a 5K. There are so many variables that can enter the picture. And you don't always see the full extent of them, and so it looks a lot easier. The way that the Hokies have been able to roll, you just got to keep moving, keep those arms from getting heavy, and then in the final 800, it's going to be a big spot for Tiki. 12:05, 12:06. And he's going to need right around a 2:22. Tiki, Mason, Hubert. Top 3 in order. Chasing down personal best. It has just been very consistent throughout this race. When you look at some of the splits, starting to fall off a little bit. You can tell that the pace is slowing down. Question is, can they still keep it within the ballpark? 14:18 is the facility record. That would be very difficult to eclipse. It was set in 2021. Don't want to rule anything out yet, though, and here comes Tiki. Working on the inside. Isolation ever since the pacing squad finished their task on the far side. And with the final lap, the bell is 13:21. Is it going to be a big lap? It would be a 1:07 needed for that personal best. Would take a very heightened effort, and you can tell that the stride has picked up a little bit on the far side, but the splits have gotten slower for this Tech squad, and really the last 3 laps have been the ones that have been separated. Here comes Tiki. Final 200. Maybe a chance at that personal best, and heading into the straightaway, it's going to have to be a big one if he wants it. 14:14 on the clock. But the Hokies have put on a strong showing the entire way. Everybody just executing at a high level. And Tech, despite the separation, still going to have a very nice showing, right around 14:32 for Arnav Tiki. He gets it done in first. Trevor Mason's going to file in for second. And Sam Hubert also joining the top three, the Tech trio. 14:47, 14:50 for the other two Hokies. So obviously you look at race strategy and being a little bit off of those marks they might have wanted. It probably just comes down to how quick you commit. You got to go for it. And obviously in the back half of that race, it just felt like the laps of separation really started to wear on that Tech trio. One of those races, though, that if you are a Hokie, you still have a lot of opportunities in front of you. Other finishers making their way to the finish. Here is Pfeiffer. We don't want to sound too redundant, right? But it is a 5K that features a lot of laps. To be a finisher in the first place is a pretty good thing, and then to get those times, it's always impressive. Stammy of Montreat ran 15:23. And then for Pfeiffer, the man who just rolled in, it was Sawyer Helms with 15:46. So many events that we have had the pleasure of watching today. We have had heightened competition. It's going to stick around. Really just taking things to a new level is VT, and they are getting set for what is going to be a very fun ACC championships. The women's 5K will feature 10 athletes under the lights here on Jack M. Tom's track. Will actually be 13 athletes. The original performance list, as we said, had it slated at 10, but a few alterations in the end. We'll have 13 athletes. The 4x4s will follow, and that will take us to the conclusion of not only the Hill City Twilight, but the Lynchburg home meet schedule. Wow. You blink and it's gone, right? The spring season out in full effect. It's been very fun to keep our eye on, though. Rachel MacArthur will finish her pacing duties in this one. Saw the men on the other side get their stuff finished. So MacArthur will come out, and, we can go ahead and talk about some of the accomplishments as well, as we have already mentioned. She has a 15:53 personal best from Hayward Field. That was the only collegiate 5K at Colorado, but it was a good one. Fourth in the indoor mile and DMR at the NCAA championships for Colorado. Colorado's football program now with Deion Sanders, the primetime era. Everything out in full effect, but I think MacArthur was primetime before it happened. She was always out and ready to compete. Kayla Werner will be hip number 2 in this one. 16:34 personal best. The school record holder for Lynchburg, the ODAC 5K champ, 10th in the 3K at the indoor national meet. She has the facility record here, 16:44. So Kayla Werner might have that one go down. Married Kate McGranahan, someone else to keep your eye on, 17:15 PR. We saw her earlier today. Third at the NESCAC championships. We mentioned the Amherst transfer. Does not look like she is running this race. We'll keep our eye out. Maybe a change in spikes, but I think she is the lone person not on the line. So Kylie Bonzer be out there for Tech. 17:49 cross-country PR. The freshman getting it done. 4:42 1500 PR at the Colonial Relays. Noelle Palmer, 16:28 PR, running unattached in this one. 9th in the 5K 10th and the 10K at the ASUN Championships. Courtney Drum also in this section, 17:10 personal best for Lynchburg. PR in every single race during the outdoor season until the ODAC Championships, which is so impressive. The grad transfer from Methodist has absolutely kept things rocking and rolling. We'll see what she has in store. Caitlin Domini of Milligan comes into this one, the senior 17:21 seed time, and then the rest of the section is Caitlin Jones of Virginia Tech, Madison Lowry of Pfeiffer, Mackenzie Young of Bridgewater, Kate O'Brien running unattached, Anna Taskey running unattached, and Allison Dell of Lynchburg. Keeping our eyes on the front two right now. MacArthur is leading Courtney Drum out. Kayla Werner is going to try and join the mix. She's leading that chase pack. So Lynchburg in a good spot in this one. Courtney Drum, when you look at the resume, it is a very impressive body of work from this season. So much to be proud of. Just continuing to really reinvent what success has looked like. You know, you come in with expectations, and Coach Jake Reed has just mentioned even the workouts for Courtney Drum. They look so spectacular. She's hitting her splits at the right times, and it's a big reason why she's finding success on the track, because it goes down to the training. It goes down to the little things. She was first in the ODAC Championships in the 800 and 1500, and some pace work in the 5K. Helped her teammate Kristen Werner out in that one. And we know if Drum would have gone for the triple, she could have had results like Chasen Hunt did on the men's side, where he put up a perfect 30 points, first in 3 events. So much to be proud of all around. .600 split for MacArthur and Drum was right around 2 minutes, and then a little bit of separation with the rest of the field. 800 goes a little bit quicker, and so now you're hitting that spot of the race where you know you are going to be approaching the mile in the next lap, and so it just comes down to putting yourself in a good position. And for Drum, it's really easy. Just stick with MacArthur up front, trust your pacers, but the rest of the pack has to decide when they want to go. Werner and Bonzer sticking in that chase pack, with Caitlin Jones filing behind. Now it's just about time. MacArthur, a little bit of separation here from Drum. It's got to be just a few quick steps to stick close. And we've said the Pacers' names so many times today, so you understand the workout is pretty dense. You wonder what it looks like, at least on their schedule, but certainly helping a lot of people out. You go throughout these races. Almost every race from this distance side has had a pacer. 5:20 or 5:21 in the opening mile. The rest for Kayla Werner right around 5:28. We'll see what Kayla Werner does, because you have to imagine it's going to be a little bit quicker on the back half. just looks very easy right now for the squad. Nobody's form has really started to break down yet, and that's impressive here in the 5K. We haven't seen a lot of people double with this event. We've mentioned a few names already. Courtney Drum was slated to run something else. She ends up not. So we'll see what's in store. Drum has really started to hit a wall a little bit coming out into the second mile. That gap between MacArthur and Drum is growing. Maybe just part of the strategy for Drum to get out. We'll keep an eye on the splits. It's been settled right around 120. Same can be said for MacArthur. MacArthur has just committed. These little packs start forming in the race. All of a sudden really starts becoming urgent. Mentioned that final mile mentality. So right now, MacArthur sits in front. Drum is going to be the leader when that pace work is over. And it goes Kayla Werner. The Virginia Tech contingent getting in the mix. Kylie Bonzer. So we see now this separation has become very evident. Kayla Werner's record coming into this one, both the Lynchburg and the facility record, are very new contributions. So impressive in the sense, too, that Kayla Werner came over from Liberty as a transfer and just getting acclimated quickly with this Lynchburg culture and ran for Coach Reed with the Pacers, that high school group that we mentioned earlier today. Well, she was on it in high school, made some really big moves, some nice races, but obviously being familiar with the coaching staff is one thing. Performing for them is a completely separate, and it has just been a very impressive tenure thus far for Kayla Werner. She's going to be approaching Drum on the back side. You see a look right now on your screen of Noelle Palmer running this one unattached. Has done some work with Lynchburg. We will see what this field shapes up to run. We know everybody else is almost on an island with MacArthur out in front. Pace work just looks very comfortable. See a look right now at Madison Lowry. Hip numbers got messed up. That is Madison Lowry, not Mackenzie Young. So everybody really starting to get into the right mindset now. Kayla Werner has taken over in the lead. We mentioned that Courtney Drum followed early. And so pacing work is done. Werner and Drum really situated closely momentarily, and then Werner made the move, and Drum now just has to reconnect quickly. Werner and Bonzer sitting 1-2, 10-20 with 5 laps to go for Kayla Werner. Approaching that 2-mile mark. 16:34 the time to beat for Kayla Werner. It is just so impressive. Everybody in this meet, there's not one event that has stuck out significantly. So many facility records, and at least for somebody, in those races, it has gone the right way. If you're a Lynchburg fan, you liked what you saw in the men's 1500. Werner steps off on the far side. So some extra pacing work. This one changing a little bit more than we anticipated. We're getting as much communication as we can, but it was just a pacing job for Kayla Werner and Courtney Drum up front. Now it is up to Tech to try and complete the job. It is Kylie Bonzer. It's going to be joined with Noelle Palmer. And essentially anybody's game. Chase pack not too far out. Mile to go now. So you're inside the final 4 laps. That urgency is going to start soon. We see Palmer still has a lot left in her stride. But you imagine with what Bonzer has been able to do that there is still an extra something. 17:49 cross-country PR, as we said earlier. Comes in with a 16:50 seed time. And so for a freshman and rolling through her freshman season with Virginia Tech, you expect some very nice times. Here's Palmer. We'll roll around with 3 laps to go. It's going to be right around 13:15. And we imagine that move was going to be made. Now it's just a sprint to the finish line in these final few laps. Palmer, we'll just see how much she has left. 16:28 personal best. So yeah, she is ready to go. Resume stuff. See the rest of the field rolling through. What a day it has been. If you have joined us through the entire way, started around 5 o'clock, expected to go through around 9:30. It is a later meet than normal. Rest assured, early, late, or somewhere in between, everybody on the track trying to get to the finish line quickly. It has been rocking and rolling ever since we started. Palmer's got to be in the sense of mind now where you recognize how quickly you made that move once Courtney Drum and Kayla Werner dropped out, and so it's just got to be confidence stuff. Can't always see the field behind you, and so you're understanding that while you made that move, you can't start second-guessing yourself. You got to know that your pace is good enough and just trust and even working quicker. That's what Noelle Palmer is trying to do. And that facility record might be one that we keep our eyes on. 16:28 personal best for Noelle Palmer. Time to beat 16:44. The penultimate event here at the Hill City Twilight, and Palmer has 600 left. Solo effort now. We mentioned Palmer's accolades in the Ace Sun, so affiliation with Liberty. I'll tell you what, Liberty is just very impressive. D1 has been activated and calibrated for a long time to come here in the Hill City. You could say it is almost a runner's town. And final lap, bell lap for Noel Palmer. 1 to go. So Palmer will just take this one all the way. She is about 80 meters on the rest of the field. Everybody else trying to follow suit. It got out really guns a-blazing, and ever since it has just been who has it for long enough. Here we go. One curve, one straightaway, and Palmer can put this one to bed. Starting to extend a little extra something in her stride. This is just about enough to wrap it up, and she has had the lead really all throughout this final mile. Noel Palmer gonna get it done. No doubter. Down the final straightaway, a few final steps. We'll get there. It's going to be around 17:22. Palmer just makes it look easy. Tech going to be in the mix. Oh, there might be a battle for second ensuing. Bonzer has had it for the majority of the race and almost a photo finish, and it will be Bonzer that holds on. Domini really made a charge to get to the line, and she was just a little bit off. 17:38.80 for Bonzer, and Caitlin Domini 17:39.12. Setting up the rest of the field, Mackenzie Young of Bridgewater. A nice personal best, 17:51. Wow, seed time was 18:03. Young brings her best stuff to the table. Had some really solid work at the ODAC Championships. Bridgewater at home in that event. Now everybody starting to open up a little bit. See Madison Lowry on your screen. So all around, solid efforts. One of the Pfeiffer Falcons, Madison Lowry, gonna roll on home through the finish line. Lowry, big time stuff. Field continuing to operate at a high rate. So here in the Hill City, some impressive stuff. Let's see, oh wow. Beautiful night in the Hill City, just got a little bit better, folks. Congrats to Madison Lowry. That's another one off your bingo card, a beautiful one here in Lynchburg. How about that way to end up finishing a 5K, right? Pretty good race to cap things out. It was an 18:46. Wow, so we have enjoyed a fun season throughout our entire meet schedule here at Lynchburg, but that one will be one that's hard to beat. Congrats to Madison Lowry. Lynchburg will have one final event on the way. This is it. We have maneuvered an entire track and field season And here we are at the final 4x4. It is not the end of the track season, folks. If you go and make the drive down south, you can go to Myrtle Beach and watch the true finale. That is the D3 Outdoor National Championships. But we have one more event, and we're going to enjoy it while we have it on our screens. Evan Gates taking you through all the action here throughout this track and field season. See the slow walk to the starting line. Men and then women. And the 4x400. Milligan in 2, Southern Virginia in 3, Virginia Tech in 4 and 5, Lynchburg in 6. We'll see how many show up to the starting line. It looks like all 5 are ready to go, so that's a pretty good sign. Here we go. 4 athletes, each making a trip. We'll start in lanes, and it will break on the other side of the track. Here in this 4x400, we are getting started around 9:27. Final time that we will get to really appreciate some of the talent that we have seen today. We've mentioned already some of the greats in attendance. Cole Hawker, Cooper Tier, Rachel MacArthur. The list goes on, right? But what a fun time we have had. We'll keep an eye on who is in which lane. It looks like Milligan is in 2, Southern Virginia 3, Tech 4, 5, Lynchburg 6. As we said already in the introduction, that is what we think will be the lane assignment. We'll wait and see. Sometimes it will get a little scattered for the final event, but they are lined up in those positions. We are just about ready to go. Anticipation for the final men's event. Here we go. Everybody ready to go, and the adrenaline certainly going to be carrying, especially for some of the teams that have made the long stay here in Lynchburg, a wait for this final event. As you see the 3 teams on the outside getting out quickly. We'll see what we have in store. Everybody has made such a fun event possible. We have enjoyed every bit of it. Tech on the outside in a good spot, and when we look at the facility records, well, we've talked about this time and time again, but they have another good shot at bringing home some extra stuff, making the exchanges right around 50 seconds on both of those. Remember, that brake line will be on the other side of the track. Men's 4x4 facility record 3:13 set in 2001. So Tech makes the break. Hokies 1-2, Milligan 3. We will see where this exchange is made. This is going to be interesting. There are 2 Tech athletes and just 1 exchange. We're going to see what happens with this because there's 3 exchanges and just 1. So maybe one of Tech's squads just running 800. It was in 141 between the 2 athletes. Tech is still out in the lead for the majority of this race. They have held it. Chair moves into second on the outside. He's got a long ways to cover. Tech might have this one, but don't put anything past some of the champs, right? Some of the greatest in the nation. This distance running side, and here comes Virginia Tech, rocking and rolling, sitting in a great spot. You expect something special, you're going to get it with the Hokies. They are just in a very nice spot. They have left no doubt. 7th at the ACC Championships last season. Virginia Tech's 301 from this year, 7th in the nation. So now Cole Hawker will have the task of trying to huck down first, but Tech is on their way home. Not much you can do about this one. 200 left, 251, and now it is just all the way home. Wow, look at this. Cole Hawker doesn't get many chances at the 4x4, as they just said, but he's making it look pretty good. But Virginia Tech will steal the show. They're going to get this one, and it will be pretty smooth operation. 316 for the Hokies. Hawker brings it back to 320. So it really wasn't that far-fetched. It was a 48 on that final leg. Goodness gracious. Both VT and Southern Virginia split those 48s. So, folks, we are down to one final event, and it has been fun in every single one we've had today. Even some of these ones where you're seeing maybe not the squad that put up that 301 for Virginia Tech. It's not always the A team completely, but it is just so cool to see this consistency. One final race. The women's 4x400. So glad you have joined us, and brownie points if you have stuck with us throughout the entire race, the entire time. Facility record 351.09. Virginia Tech and that men's 4x4 just seconds off that facility record at 316. That was the time the Hokies ran. The facility record was 313. So one last event. VT, Southern Virginia, Milligan. Or sorry, that was on the men's list. The women's race will be just Virginia Tech and Milligan, so no Lynchburg. This will wrap it up. What has been a fantastic season at home here for the University of Lynchburg. Obviously, you know you enjoy it. You don't always quantify success as being the reason that you have had fun during a track season, but it has been a pretty big reason to appreciate what Lynchburg is bringing to the table. Tech and Milligan spotting up in this one, one-on-one. Few longer trips home. It's not too far-fetched. A lot of opponents who are at this meet really have made trips throughout the season. Emory made the trip from Georgia. It's almost that home and away you see in other sports because Emory actually hosted Lynchburg. Up and away we go. One final time in this 2024 campaign, the women's 4x4. Well, Virginia Tech took a few steps, and they do just enough to get the start, and that's all she wrote. And so figured with the Hokies starting in trainers, that might be the choice. That's one team now. You finish or you don't for first place, but obviously it's something a little bit deeper than that. Milligan's going to try to put together a nice time, especially with NAIA qualifying. 355 is the A cut. 357 is the B cut. Milligan, the squad to watch, and essentially a time trial. They're staying in lanes for this first one. Megan Christian will hand off to Hope Krell. The freshman will take it over. We'll see if this exchange is clean. It is. And now they're off into the second. Would like to thank Snap Timing, as always, for their services throughout the day. What they do, they have been able to not only bring to the table with results, but also keeping us updated throughout the week, getting us the information. You know, so many people end up needing the heat sheets, the heat info, the results. It goes all the way back to the broadcasters. We're having fun up here ourselves. Hope you have as well. So here comes Milligan. Started with 2 on the line. Virginia Tech took a few steps, just enough to make this meet legal. So many standards that you have to hit to be able to even host a meet, and so obviously you don't know what's going to be on the starting line, but they are doing enough, and obviously now it doesn't matter. Milligan's on their way. 2:03 when the second handoff is on its way. Now it is all inside from here. Milligan doesn't have to worry about the break. Mackenzie Fitzgerald will take over. Rachel Delaney on anchor. And they are still sitting outside of that B cut, but obviously it does come down to placement in NAIA. If you are trying to nationally qualify, we throw that around in every conversation, whether that's the coach's intentions or not, because you know there are so many openings and you never know what's going to happen. You send your squad out at this stage of the season. Quickly becomes urgent. And here we go. We're going to be down to 1 lap. So probably ruling out the B cut, barring anything insane on this final lap, but it will be Milligan who is going to get a solid result. Don't have the official number, but let's just say a bunch of facility records were set today. The number 1 in the nation was run in the men's 1500, and to make it even better, the number 2 time in the nation was set. Sam Laneza and Chase and Hunt, the partners in crime, just keep on rolling, and they have even bigger intentions in this postseason. What can they accomplish down in Myrtle Beach? The question will have to be left unsolved for now, but rest assured, a few weeks will tell the full picture. So much to play for. Here comes Milligan around one final time, our final event of the season, and we're just 100 meters away. They will put this one away outside 4 minutes, and we'll conclude this meet and the 4x4 right around 9:40. It's been a warm one. The track has been on fire, and everybody on it is showing us what they can do and really getting into that late season shape. Milligan gets it done, and the final event for 17:32. That wraps it up here in the Hill City. We've seen everything. We've seen those records. We have seen professionals, an Olympian in the mix or two, and, you know, to even make things greater, a proposal in the 5K. How about that? So many things that you can go back and watch if you are just tuning in here in Lynchburg. It's been a lot of fun on Jack M. Tom's track. You know, you and I have had a lot of memories this season. Want to appreciate you for sticking along, especially here if you are a fan of Lynchburg or a parent, just for your support of LHSN. We have been so privileged to be able to bring not only track and field to you, but everything in the mix. Don't forget the men's lacrosse championship tomorrow at 2 o'clock, maybe one of the pinnacles of the LHSN broadcasting season. A lot of people have helped out throughout the broadcast, but we wrap up with the cameraman, Jonathan Faust, and then our director, Kyle Ayers. We are so appreciative of everything that you do. On behalf of the entire LHSN crew, I am Evan Gates saying so long from the Hill City.